Have a beautiful good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome at the very last day of WOW Expo 2021. We are very glad that you spend these 3 days here with us. And in front of us is another day fulfilled with a very interesting program in all 3 hour stages. And we will start at 10 o'clock in 2 of our stages. At the main stage, we will be talking about the Brexit and what does it mean for the European trade. This discussion will be led by Mr. Jan Jenkins, and he will welcome also all of his guests talking about the topic about the Brexit. Then we have also some talk about e-mobility at the innovation stage, so you are also warmly welcome in that part of this venue. And let me say only that enjoy the very last day of WOW Expo 2021 and have a beautiful good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Morning. So, gentlemen, I will introduce you individually in sequence.
Of course. For day three on a Friday, not so bad.
Yeah. Problem is there are too many stages here. You should just have one.
It echoes, doesn't it? You can't. When they speak loud, I couldn't hear when I sat here on Wednesday. I couldn't hear what he was saying, so I didn't know what question he was asking me. All right.
Plan to start?
Okay. Good morning, everybody. My name is Ian Jenkins of Charles Kendall in London, and I would like to thank the organisers for the kind invitation to be part of this exciting panel discussing Brexit and what does it mean for our logistics sector. My colleagues are an eclectic cross-section of the European logistics community, and I am flattered to be on the same panel as Peter Harrach.
Good morning to everybody. I'm representing domestic logistics, Ževko, and I'm customs manager of this company.
Thank you, Peter. Arne Mielkin.
Well, good morning. My name is Arne Mielkin. I'm from customsmanager.org, and we have been in customs and global trade for a long time. I myself am what is known as a customs geek, so I help importers and exporters to get past this newly established border that we have created here in the UK. We are so used to the single market, aren't we? We're used to just go. And now all of a sudden you put this friction in my way and you say I can't go anymore. So I've been working with the European Commission on customs and global trade matters since 2005, back then with AEO, and worked then in consultancy for a long time, helping clients to optimize their supply chain. And now, since we founded Customs Manager, we help small and medium and large size companies to get Brexit ready if you're not already 10 months in, and see beyond Brexit what the opportunities are for global trade. So it's all about geeky customs and global trade subjects, and it's making sure that we make the border disappear, and ultimately that allows us to reach our customers faster, which is what we all share, but also to cut the paperwork. It helps us to be compliant and, of course, grow globally. So, in a nutshell, that's us. Excited to be here. Thank you for the invitation.
And last but not least, we have Justin Atkin from the Port of Antwerp. Sir.
Thank you. Yeah, good morning, everyone. My name is Justin Atkin. If I may, I'd like just to take a few minutes to show you a very brief presentation. So, as you can see from the ensemble of individuals, I'm the representative for the Port of Antwerp. My region is the UK and Ireland. And of course, as a former member of the European Union, I'm here to give a different perspective on Brexit. We actually have a network of representatives around the world. several of my colleagues for Austria and Hungary, Slovakia and Czech, and also my colleague Carla from the Port of Antwerp in Belgium are here in the audience today. And as I say, we have representatives in our major markets around the globe in pretty much all of the continents. So the Port of Antwerp is, as the heading says, a truly global port. In fact, we're 14th largest port in the world by cargo volume, and the second largest European port in one of the most beautiful cultural cities in Europe. So a few headline figures about the Port of Antwerp. Our port estate is extensive, with over 12,000 hectares. And for you, those of you who've been fortunate enough to go to Manhattan, that is actually twice the size of Manhattan. We have over 1,000 companies resident on the port, and therefore one of the region's largest employers. More than 140,000 people are employed on the Port of Antwerp in logistics and supply chain, and also in manufacturing. My colleague Martin Hubenat mentioned yesterday, we are the largest chemical cluster in Europe and the second largest in the world behind Houston. So with all of those numbers, you cannot help but believe that we're also a very important financial generator for Belgium. Almost 5% of Belgium GDP is developed on our port estate, and we're handling, perhaps this year, if things go well, up to 240 million tons. So despite the blip of 2020, we've actually experienced many years of continued sustainable growth, and that is actually one of the keystones of the port's strategy, is sustainable growth, long-term growth. And as I've mentioned there, this year, taking aside the blip of 2020 and all of the issues that were created globally, we're hoping for another record year. And the message is cargo is king. Actually, we're handling at the Port of Antwerp almost every commodity that you can think of. Whilst we're not the largest port in Europe, we are certainly, we like to think we are specialists in certain commodities. So, for example, we are the largest coffee handling port in Europe, and also for cocoa. We have a very proud tradition of handling break bulks, particularly with steel. And I know that steel is a very important commodity here for Slovakia. We're handling polymers. You can see automotive, another important sector for Slovakia. And I think also our real success story has been with containers. So we're handling around 12 million TEU of containers each year. I think one of the other advantages of the Port of Antwerp is we have a very balanced portfolio of imports and exports. And for anyone working in the sector, you will understand that for everything coming in, it is advantageous for something going out. So whether that is a truck, a barge, a train, or a vessel. So it's a pretty even split of imports and exports. You can see on the slide our main markets, perhaps unsurprisingly the US and China. Perhaps one of the reasons why I'm sitting here is United Kingdom and Ireland is also one of our top five markets. But how do you handle 240 million tons? Well, you have to have the infrastructure, and I think the Port of Antwerp, we are a community builder, and we work very closely with our stakeholders and very closely with the 1,000 members of our port community. We provide facilities, and again, I won't talk through them all, but you can see from the graphic, to handle 240 million tons, you have to have the infrastructure in place. And also the added value services. The other important thing is connectivity. We have connections in Antwerp to more than 1,000 ports globally. We're also at the center of a massive, or the main huge consumer market in Europe. So you can see there, again, from the slides, within 48 hours traveling time of a significant part of the European market. We're at the center of the so-called blue banana. So very centrally located for the main European industrial market. Also, importantly, we have a very smart multimodal network. So infrastructure is one thing. Connectivity is certainly another advantage of the Port of Antwerp. So here you can see on this slide, we have a very extended European barge offering. More than 1,000 barge calls in the port every week, reaching 7 countries and 90 European destinations. And similarly, we have a very strong European rail network, more than 220 direct shuttle services each week. And this is actually something that our team is working very hard to grow and to expand. We want to connect Antwerp with even more destinations in Europe, and in particularly in this part of Europe. Short sea, we see as an extra multimodal alternative. You can see here we have significant number of short sea services, more than 150, reaching all of the main European markets, Scandinavia, Iberia, and UK and Ireland, which is why I am here. We also have a very fast and efficient import process. I do not class to be an expert. I'm sure there'll be more discussion on the panel, and we certainly have an expert on customs and import processes. But in Antwerp, we try and make it as fast and efficient a process as possible. And then once you actually get your goods to the Port of Antwerp, well, actually we have a significant bonded warehouse complex of more than 6 million square meters of bonded warehousing on the port estate. So that is my introduction. Thank you for the opportunity to show you some slides. I think now we really want to get into the nitty-gritty of the discussion, and I'm going to hand the clicker back to Ian. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. So, Brexit. Brexit is probably the most significant development since the Treaty of Rome within the European Union. We have seen the fifth largest economy of Great Britain decide to leave the European Union. And it is certainly a vexed question and one that has dominated the media since the referendum in the United Kingdom. From a UK perspective, on export, 23% of small medium enterprise exporters have temporarily halted their sales to the European Union. 11% are considering halting sales to the European Union. 11% have established or are considering establishing a presence in the European Union. 9% are considering establishing a warehouse in the European Union. And 4%, sadly, have stopped selling to the European Union at all. On the British importer side, 70% have suffered shipment delays. 55% have sought professional advice on the new paperwork requirements. 34% have had their goods held indefinitely at an EU border crossing, and 32% have had goods lost in transit. Overall, 21% of businesses that trade with Europe in the UK have had to relocate some of their operations or staff to the European Union. 27% have said that Brexit has caused difficulties in hiring staff. Last week in the United Kingdom, I had the pleasure of having to queue to fill my car with petrol. 66% anticipate that the new UK-EU customs controls would have a negative effect on British trade. In January 2021, 38% of UK importers experienced border delays that worsened to 63% in the following month in February. 47% of UK importers from the EU have seen an increase in customs paperwork or attribute customs paperwork as the main reason for delay. And that suggests all sorts of questions which we will be asking in a few moments about how well prepared were we in the United Kingdom for Brexit, how well prepared was the EU for Brexit, and what contribution or lack of contribution might be attributed to the logistics sector. The British government this week, through the Office of National Statistics, have estimated that British trade in goods to the European Union reduced by £10 billion sterling, or contracted by 13.5%. And the UK exports have reduced up to May of this year by 19% compared to 2 years ago. So that suggests, from a British perspective, some negative effects of Brexit. But Brexit is a very complicated issue. So I would ask my learned colleagues, have you seen negative effects of Brexit or positive effects? Peter, from a Slovakian perspective.
From our perspective and point of view, there is a lot of burdens which brought Brexit. There are trade burdens, restrictions, and a lot of paperwork which are related to the customs formalities. And all those means that we feel lack of capacity in the transport, in the logistics chain, and as the first, we have feel that there is no enough customs brokers on the UK side and on the European side as well, especially from the beginning, the three first months, we have a lot of problems to do customs formalities on time. It was the main reason why the transport was delayed, and all the trucks were stuck somewhere on the border, or by exporter or by importer, and there was not enough capacity to move the goods from EU to UK and vice versa. So the negatives are very huge. There are some positive effects as well. We have some possibility to grow our business. There is a demand for additional storage capacity. There is a demand for additional, let's say, paperwork related to the movement of the goods. But the negatives are bigger than the positives, from my point of view.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. Anna, positives, negatives, what is your perspective?
Well, I work with small, micro, small, medium, and large and complex companies of all sectors. Importers, exporters, and of course logistics operators, freight forwarders, and the likes. And of course, no one problem or opportunity fits all. But overall, the one thing that I have seen is a lot of work. I've been very, very busy solving some very fundamental and complex questions. When before, as I said, you just went, if you didn't take the time to think and analyze your supply chain early enough, you run into trouble. Now the government has put out, and everybody knows this, tons of information. The Belgians have overloaded us with information. The British publish so much news and information. It's a complete overload. Nothing matters if you do not look at your own supply chain. Who are the freight forwarders, the cargo, the logistics providers? How are they prepared? So what we did is we analyzed the supply chain and we worked out where the bottlenecks are. And after 10 months of Brexit, I've seen some companies relatively well prepared with very specialized questions, and some companies that put their head up and go, I don't know what, but my customer is hit with additional duty, with additional delays, and I'm about to lose them if I don't solve it. So the trouble, if you sum it all up, 10 months in, we are not where we need to be. We don't have enough customs knowledge and legislative awareness, neither in the European Union nor in the UK, in order to make this as seamless as possible. So to sum up in a few words, it's delays at the border, as you've said, it's costs. I cannot stress how important this is. The costs are crippling. Just the certificate upload for food products is in the region of millions to billions if you add it all together. If you add labor time, if you add paperwork, the costs are huge in admin and time. And then finally, and that's one of the most important things that we all need to think about, is the customer experience. Either we make the customer's experience like it was before. If we want that, we have to pay. Somebody has to pay. Or we say, I don't care so much about the customer. They can add extra duty. They can do the imports clearance. They can do deal with delays. Then we don't pay. But the idea that we both do not pay, we both do not deal with the customs matters, is not possible. Somebody has to import, somebody has to export, and somebody has to pay for the extra costs. So it's being real with people, it's preparing them by giving them advice and support, and it's dramatically upskilling people in what we need.
Okay, that poses, Anna, a very interesting question about who is going to, a Scottish expression, who is going to pay the piper. And I think it's interesting that inflation in the United Kingdom this month has hit 4%. So would you attribute that increase in inflation in part to Brexit and the fact that these costs are now starting to filter into the supply chain?
Who are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, if you ask the government of the day, nothing of that sort, of course, is real, right? It's nothing to do with Brexit. But if you think about it, the costs are so significant I look at retail in particular, because I work with a lot of retail clients. The additional import duty cost, the additional need for staff, the additional costs resulting from the driver shortages. What do you think is going to happen? You can add one and one together, you're going to see inflation. I don't like to talk about Switzerland because Switzerland cannot be compared to the UK. But there is a reason why everything's expensive in Switzerland. And it does have to do with the fact that there are customs duties and there is friction in the system. When the European Union and Michel Barnier said there is no win-win situation in Brexit, that's what he meant. And you know that we say in the logistics sector and of course in the consultancy and training sector, yeah, we actually benefit. Let's be real. We have a lot more demand, but that demand comes from people having to pay more. So that our customers in the logistics sector, our importers and exporters, they need to sell more to pay us, to pay for the extra money. And if that is so, what are we doing as the logistics industry, as the consulting and training industry, in order to help our customers grow? Innovative solutions like the Port of Antwerp, for example, or the offer to pick up the phone and discuss what it means to fill out the customs paper. All of that helps for our companies that we serve to grow. If they don't grow, we can't grow.
I think that's a very powerful point. Justin, the Port of Antwerp is busier than ever. European ports are struggling to handle the post-COVID demand, particularly from Asia. What is the Port of Antwerp's perception, positively or negatively, about Brexit, sir?
Okay. Well, thank you. Thanks for the question, and thank you for the positive comments, Arne. If I may, I have the luxury to be able to give a British perspective, but also, so I'm a British citizen. I live in the United Kingdom, but I'm employed by a Belgian port. So I have the situation where I can give quite a wide perspective. So before I answer your question, if I may, I can give you a British perspective.
Please.
So on the advantages of Brexit, Brexit was very much about really 2 or 3 main issues. It was about controlling our sovereignty, and you have to say that we now have control of our sovereignty. It was a protest against uncontrolled immigration, and again, you have to say that we have now the ability to have more control over immigration, although that is starting to cause issues, which we'll no doubt discuss further. And then thirdly, it was about cost. What do we actually get? I think in 2016, the United Kingdom was one of the largest contributors to the European Union. We paid something like £13.1 billion in membership. And in return, we got £4.5 billion of investment. So around £8.5 billion deficit in terms of our contribution to the European Union. So you have to say, in those 3 instances, from a British perspective, we have seen advantages. However, we've also seen significant disadvantages, and particularly around inflation costs, which we've talked about, particularly around shortages of labour. So in September 2021, we had more than 1 million unemployed, I think it's 1.3 million unemployed people in the United Kingdom, and yet we had more than 1 million unfilled vacancies, and a lot of those vacancies were previously filled by European citizens, and that has created a huge vacuum in the British economy. So whilst we do have control over immigration, that has come back and is cutting as a major issue. To answer the second part of the question, what is the Port of Antwerp doing about this? Well, you actually very kindly gave some context of the decline in UK European figures. So bearing in mind this is against a context of declining trade figures, actually in the 8 or 9 months to date, the Port of Antwerp has actually seen an increase in our traffic. So with the United Kingdom, we're seeing a 7.2% increase in trade. And actually with the island of Ireland, that is a double-digit increase. It is more than 11% increase on our volumes. So how, against the context of declining trade, is the Port of Antwerp actually seeing positive increases in our numbers? And I say, I've already thanked Arne for his positive comment there. That is because the Port of Antwerp is reaching out to the European community. The United Kingdom is essentially a nation of imports. We import a lot of goods, we export a lot of services, not too many goods, but we're an import nation. We have a deficit of trade, if you like. So as an island nation, we will still need to import goods. What the Port of Antwerp has found is we've found innovative solutions. We've seen a real and marked move from accompanied transport to unaccompanied transport. So less trailers with drivers accompanying across the Dover Straits, for example, more unaccompanied trailers and containers, and of course break bulk cargoes as well. We reached out very, very early, actually after the UK referendum vote in 2016. Within 3 weeks, the Port of Antwerp had established a task force. You know, the Belgians are very pro-European. They didn't like the decision, but they also respected the decision of the British public. And so we started very early on to identify what the roadblocks were going to be and what we needed to do as a port and as a port community to overcome those roadblocks as early as we possibly could.
Justin, the statistics that I shared with everybody at the start, that 11% of British small medium enterprises are looking to establish a presence in the EU, and 9% are looking to establish a warehouse. Do you think that gives Antwerp, with its hinterland and with its geographic position, an opportunity to be that European Union warehousing presence?
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we consider ourselves as the gateway to and from the main European market, but also because of our global connections. We have very strong services, for example, with China and Asia, United States and Canada. So we actually see ourselves as a hub, a destination that shippers can use as a warehousing and logistics provision hub. So I mentioned in the slide over 6 million square meters already of warehousing. But not just warehousing, we're offering added value servicing. So if you're wanting to do packaging, if you're wanting to do sorting, blending, devanning, palletizing, we have a number of steel service centers so that we can prepare steel prior to its final shipment. So very much, that is one of, I would say, one of the advantages of Brexit. Certainly for the Port of Antwerp, we've seen an increase in inquiries of companies that are looking to consolidate in a European hub. And just, if I may, not Brexit, but added to the current container and deep sea shipping crisis, even more important, because of the time it is taking to get goods from Asia and from China. No longer can we rely upon a just-in-time supply chain model. So we're also seeing an influx of inquiries for warehousing for companies that are looking to set up hubs and actually be able to get goods and safely into the EU, so they can then feed it to their European market from there.
Excellent. As regards Brexit and Central Europe, yep. Peter, has that created, do you think, any opportunities for the Central European region?
Of course, there are opportunities. As was mentioned, the UK companies are looking for the subsidiaries in the Central Europe, are looking for the additional storage possibilities in our region. And of course, some producers are willing to move some production from UK to EU in order to be close to their clients and to shorten the delivery time. But yes, the positives are that the opportunities are here. Question is how much it will cost and if it will be profitable for both sides.
Okay, is there any particular industrial sector where that demand is more acute?
Yes, it is especially car makers who are looking for, or suppliers of car makers who are looking for such possibilities, because a lot of shipments they do is just in time or just in sequence, and they are not able to do it from UK these days because of the delays on the borders and delays by the customs formalities. So a lot of them are looking for the possibility to either to produce the goods in our region or to have a bigger stock in order to allow this just-in-time supplies.
So that actually strikes a chord with what Justin said a moment ago about just-in-time and shortening the supply chain. And whether it be Central Europe, whether it be North Continent or the UK, we've seen the supply chain from Asia to Europe lengthen from being able to consistently anticipate 32 days from Shanghai. We're now looking at 60 days, 70 days. So do you think that even post-Brexit, gentlemen, the trend might be in the market, in the logistics market, to shorten the supply chain and go local, do you think there is an opportunity, if Brexit can be smoothed out and can be manageable, that British companies look for suppliers in Central Europe rather than suppliers in Asia? Is this an opportunity, gentlemen, do you think?
I think it is, but the question is how will be the crisis on the sea transport in the future, because we feel that nowadays Chinese are managing all the sea transport and are looking over it. So in such cases, it could be additional business for the Central Europe. Yeah.
Anna, do you see that the supply chain could shorten, and that, or do you see that rather than buy Asian, a well-managed supply chain from Europe for British importers and exporters could work?
I think I have my doubts, because before, where the border was not there, that would have been the incentive. Yeah. Where we move goods to Slovakia overnight, we just go. Now we have a border that prohibits just-in-time deliveries or quick deliveries. So now the border that we have with the European Union is in fact comparable with the border that we have with China, and vice versa. So there is, I understand the argument about longer delays and impracticability, but the fact that we have a border between our markets now does cause a lot of delays. So I think we do need to be faster with the consumer. The consumer demand, or our customers demand the goods tomorrow. But I think our solution in the UK will have to be a combination of setting up in Europe, having a presence, having a warehouse space, and delivering from that. In other words, we need to get rid of the border. We need to make it as transparent and invisible as possible in order not to have our customers feel the full force. And the way I see it is we need a warehouse space or some place where we store our goods and then we deliver from there, so a hub. So I am a little skeptical about us saying because the movements from China take longer, we're now going to ship everything to, or we're now going to move to a different location in Slovakia or Czechia.
Okay. If I was to play the devil's advocate, the supply chain from Asia is 70 days, and importers are paying more than $20,000. So even though the supply chain to Slovakia or to Czechia or to Slovenia, Hungary, is longer than it was before Brexit,
it's still not as long.
It's still cheaper and it's still quicker than 70 days. I must admit that our organisation in London has seen some of our UK customers changing the suppliers to Eastern Europe because they, whilst it's not local, it's quicker than 70 days by ocean.
If you can source the goods.
Justin, are you seeing any evidence of that?
I think my perspective is something that's also, cost has always driven buying decisions, and I think in the last 12 months we've seen other factors, because actually security of supply is, and as consumers, if you want something, at the moment you have to pay for it, and if it's available, you have to pay for it. So I think for such a long time, the supply chain has really driven down on transportation costs, for example, and I think perhaps that's one of the reasons why we're seeing some of the issues, particularly around road haulage prices. But I think the other thing that is driving buying decisions, and it's a combination of consumer choice, but it's also a combination of government legislation, that's around decarbonisation and sustainability. So, you know, we all know about the commitments to reaching various climate targets by the different dates that organisations, we talk about 2050, but other organisations are saying that we can do it sooner than that. So I think sustainability in supply chains is also going to be a really important factor. So reducing air freight miles, sea freight miles, road freight miles. So I think that could be one driver that sees an increase in consumerism between the UK and the European market. I think also, from a UK perspective, you know, I already mentioned we have a trade deficit. You know, we even with the restrictions in place, we import more from globally and from the EU than we export. So it's certainly in our interests to have to find solutions, smooth solutions, but it's also arguably also in the EU's interest as a large market to sell to also arrive at solutions as well. So, you know, I think I can see, you know, one of the reasons for, as I say, Brexit from the UK was that we were able to choose our own markets, that we weren't to some degree dictated to. And, you know, Boris Johnson and his government have been very busy telling the world that we've reached trade agreements with so many different countries. But I think the European market remains really important to the UK. I think security and the ability to get goods into the shops and through your front door will remain a priority. And I think if that means switching supply chains increasingly into shorter routes, I can see that as being a trend.
So, in essence, even though there's been some negative trade figures, the shortening of the potential to shorten the supply chain could restore some of that imbalance. Do you think, gentlemen? Arne?
Well, I think we need to collaborate and we need to cooperate and we need to grow our business with the European market. What I've said always, there are, you know, as in a way, as Justin also say, this is an unprecedented situation. We have had a combination of COVID and Brexit, which is, as you have said, Ian, the biggest disruption or change in our trading relationship for decades. So if you put all of this together, no wonder that you see a dip. How much that is Brexit related, certainly some is. But in the future, as you have said, and as everybody has said, the European market remains essential. Without the European market, we can't operate in the UK and feed our nation and keep the standard of living that we have. So we have no choice, Brexit or no Brexit, we will trade and we will trade well. And while the politicians are politicians and need to do what they need to do, we have a job to reach out and be here and say, Britain is open, Britain wants to trade with the world, Britain wants to trade with Europe, and we will do everything we can to facilitate a smooth border, be that through the logistics sector, be that through the customs procedures and the processes. We will get it done. We will get it done as a team, and therefore we will overcome this and grow together.
I think that is an incredibly powerful point. How can, gentlemen, the logistics sector, our industry, how can we be a facilitator to this? What role do we see the logistics industry achieving? What do we see the logistics industry being able to contribute to smooth trade? Peter?
I think our task is to teach the businessmen how to do the business in this situation when there is a customs control or customs supervision over the goods. We have to explain them which Incoterms is good to use in international business and how to speed up the customs formalities and give them some practical solutions. And again, we have to be in touch with them in advance in order to avoid some sudden problems, sudden extra costs, etc.
So we can be the fire brigade?
Yes.
So the question, if the house is on fire and we are the fire brigade, looking at our contribution to Brexit, have our industry contributed enough? Were industry ready? Was the logistics industry ready?
Maybe the logistic industry was prepared, but we felt that a lot of producers, business companies were not prepared well, and they suddenly need for the services. And the capacity was not on the market at the time.
So I think, from my perspective, I thought our company was ready. We put a task force together, as did the good folk in the Port of Antwerp. But I don't think the logistics sector was particularly well prepared collectively. Arno, do you think the logistics sector was ready for Brexit?
I think freight forwarders and customs agents were as ready as you could be. Overall, I mean, there are ups and downs, but don't forget, for everyone, it was a Christmas present, right? It is 4 days to prepare for Brexit. What do you want to do? Okay, you can argue with me that you know what is the European Union, leaving the European Union, and we could have done. Fact of the matter is we need to do this. Now, we can be ready for the logistics sector, but that is not enough. What we now need is to go to our customers and go an extra mile. It is not good enough to say, sort out your customs declaration yourself, just put the commodity code there. No, we need some hand-holding. We need to say, okay, don't worry, we will work it out together. We need to have helplines, but helplines that actually respond, not that give you guidance to a link on a website. We need dramatically upskill not only our people that we have direct responsibility for, but also give a service offering to our customers, importers, exporters, the likes of them. If they don't get it, we can be prepared as we want, we will collectively fail. And that is the big difference that Brexit made. Before, you could be a one-man gang, I will conquer Europe. Now you cannot, because you need, where there is an export, there is an import, and it means you need a team on the other side. And if they mess up, no good preparation helps you. So it's a two-balance game. We need to have the support, we need to train, we need to file at the right time, at the right moment, we need to package and move the goods in the right way, and all of that only works if we talk, collaborate, and train on customs. We all need to be customs geeks.
So you believe that our industry has got a significant role to play?
Essential, if we take it. But it needs to be logistics plus. It needs to be a logistics sector that when I call you guys, being your customer, you say, yeah, we can ship it, just put it there. No. Yes, we can ship it, and please let me schedule a meeting with you or with my customs guru to discuss what you need to give us, what data we need, the declaration code, all rules of origin, the valuation. These are things that you need to make that cross the border. So it's logistics plus we now need to make Brexit a success. And once we do that, and that's the final point, and that's the positive about Brexit, if we level up, excuse the expression, our importers, exporters, logistics, freight forwarders, and agents for real, then not only will we have conquered Europe by trading frictionless, but it's an opportunity for the world. Because when we can deal with Europe and cross the border, we can cross the border anywhere.
So that is an interesting perspective, that if Britain and the EU get Brexit right, that these lessons could be learned and absorbed, and global trade could benefit.
That's the big opportunity. That is how we make global Britain grow and global Europe grow.
So Justin, how do you see the Port of Antwerp being able to contribute positively in that sense?
Yeah. Okay, and thank you for the question. It ties in with one through from Slido. It's the first question on there. about Port of Antwerp acting as a positive gateway to ease up the actual supply chain issues in the UK. So I can answer your question and that question at the same time, if I may. I already mentioned back in 2016 when the UK voted to leave the EU, we at Port of Antwerp got together. I got a job because I was hired as the representative with the UK. So thank you, UK leavers, for.
So that really is a positive.
Yeah, that's it. We really started to look at what the roadblocks could be, what infrastructure was required. So bearing in mind, we are a port authority, we are a landlord, we're a community builder. We don't actually handle any cargo, that is done by our customers. But we engaged with our community very, very early on. We reached out to the shippers and the forwarders. We sent out questionnaires. Our experience was a lot of the larger companies were prepared because they had the resources to hire people. The smaller SMEs, or the companies that were only trading within the EU, not globally, in fairness, they were not prepared at all. And we really had to coach them and encourage them to apply for the EURI numbers, for example. So as a port authority, we felt that we went above and beyond our traditional role to really reach out to our customers' customers. We held roadshows in the UK and in Ireland, again, to sell the same story about the Port of Antwerp to the UK and to Irish forwarders as well. We have invested in infrastructure. So I'm living in the UK. Some of the UK ports still have not completed their border inspection posts. They're still constructing them 9-10 months after we actually left the EU. We are still putting the infrastructure into place. Port of Antwerp, we already had that facility. We improved it. We have a one-stop shop for, we cannot prevent goods being called for inspection, but if they are called for inspection, we can make that process much easier. Everything is done on one site. And for those of you that know the Port of Antwerp, we are on both sides of the River Scheldt, so we have the facilities on both sides of the river. So again, as a port authority, we've made that investment to make the inspections much smoother. And we're really working hard and reaching out. We understand that shorter supply chains are going to help manage the situation. So, for example, in the UK, we are 100,000 truck drivers short. That has been an issue that has probably been ongoing for 10 years. Brexit wasn't the cause, but Brexit certainly added to it. Around 15,000 European drivers left the UK when we left the EU. So it really raised the problem. So we're now having issues with getting fuel to our petrol stations and diesel, goods onto the shelves. And what we're doing at the Port of Antwerp is we're saying, well, why not ship short sea, ship to regional ports in the UK? You know, the Dover Straits will still play a very important part in the UK's logistics supply chain. We're not here to say that you shouldn't go through there. What we are saying is you should consider alternatives as well. So we're trying to develop our short sea routes to the north, to the west, actually away from the south coast of the UK. That will create much shorter first and last mile deliveries in the UK. And we believe that is one of the reasons why we've seen this 7.2% growth in our volumes with the UK.
Excellent. One of the questions from our colleagues in the audience, do we agree that protective policies in many countries threaten the logistics sector, and will our sector find a way through? I would interpret that as, are these border controls a threat to trade? Are the borders and the political solutions or the political infrastructure, is that an impediment? Will we find a way? Can the logistics sector be a vehicle for that change? Peter.
Yes, I think in the case of these political burdens or customs control at the borders, we can provide solution to the government how to speed up the process, how to arrange the controls on the borders, and cooperate with them to send them the information in advance, in good quality, and it can help.
So one of the thoughts that I have had is, will life be simpler for us in the logistics sector once the politicians get out of the way? So do you think that life will get simpler when the politicians get out of the way? Anna?
Yes. 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 I have stopped. No, not really stopped, but you know very well how it goes. If sensible people sit together and work on solutions and take the rhetoric and the ideology on whichever side out, solutions come. And if we are not discussing solutions with DG Taxud of the European Commission and HMRC, then the world will dictate it for us. Do you think blockchain has long to go? Do you think 3D printing has long to go? The new technologies are coming, right? The border will always stay there. It is now for us to engage actively, respectfully with the logistics sector as a whole. But if we all play our part and we engage with the government of Slovakia, with the government of Germany, with the UK government, with the European Commission, about how we can minimize these protective policies. Because don't forget, the border, if you say that is a protective policy, is there precisely that, to protect all of us. Borders or customs sees what we don't, right? They are a vital part, the last frontier before the bad guys or the good bad stuff enters Europe. So there'll always be a border, but not for us, because we're the good guys. So if we are the good guys, we should go through the border and not be stopped by it. So there are innovative solutions that exist now. In 20 years, 30 years, I do not want to see a customs declaration ever again. I can show you my smartphone, you can scan my code, and that is it, my friend. I don't want any of this paperwork anymore. So, politicians out of the way so we can discuss solutions to make the border go away. Then, free pass to Europe.
That's an interesting concept. Can technology help us knock down the wall that might have been built for these protective policies?
If I can give a very real example that's affecting us all today. So this was my first international visit in 18 months, and booking my flight was actually the easy part. It was everything else, but Peter already said it's about being prepared. If you are prepared, if you have your COVID passport, if you have your transit form, you can hold it on your smartphone. It should be no more than a glance recurse at the border point to whether you are jabbed, double jabbed, not jabbed, whatever. The technology is already there at the moment for code, if you are prepared and you get the information to hand. So, as Arne said, the border is there to protect us, but it should not be there to prohibit us. Providing the good guys, the people that are complying, are prepared, then it shouldn't be an issue. And that should be exactly the same situation for declarations and clearances as well.
Okay, so if we're saying as a group, we might be saying as a community as a whole here, that we need to get the politicians out of the way. And we need to be more pragmatic. We need to drive that pragmatism. I would ask you, does the logistics industry lobby hard enough? We have CLACAT in Europe. We have in the UK the British International
Freight
Association, BIFA. Are these groups lobbying hard enough to say to the politicians and to the administrators, enough's enough, we need to facilitate trade, not to put a wall up? Do we as an industry take a proactive enough approach to start that agenda?
Can I answer
Justin.
that? Well, again, I can give you a really good case in point. The answer to that is no, we don't. In the United Kingdom, I mentioned the driver shortage. It is not just because of Brexit that this has happened. It's something that's developed over 10 years or so. The UK haulage industry is represented by a couple of trade associations, one being the Road Haulage Association. They have actually come in for significant criticism from their membership that they have allowed this situation with more drivers leaving the industry than coming to the industry, the lack of services and facilities, wages and working conditions. They've allowed this situation to just run on and on and on until we've actually got to this crisis. So is that particular trade association perhaps lobbying on behalf of its members? I would say not as hard as it should do. So I think the lesson to all trade associations who take their revenues from their memberships is you're there to represent your members, and it is time really for, I think, the trade associations to take that next step up. That's just my opinion.
Well,
Peter, do you see in Central Europe the trade bodies lobbying for less protectionism?
Yes, I think so.
Crazy.
I'm a member of the CLECAT as a representative of Slovak Logistic Forwarders Union, and regularly we do some proposals to the CLECAT in order to discuss it with the European Commission and find a solution how make it more easier or how improve it. But the problem is that the European Commission is not thinking that CLECAT is the most important body in the Europe who can they obey, because logistics is quite broad business, but it's not so wealthy. Yeah? There are many stronger lobbying groups in the Commission who are stronger than the logistics.
So you think we could still do more?
Yeah, we can still do more, but it is not cheap. It is expensive to lobby at such level.
Okay, Arno, what are your thoughts, sir?
Well, again, as I'm German and British, I have two heads, of course, and I represent a trade association with the HMRC's JCCC, which is the Joint Customs Consultative Committee. So
Right.
I am with the decision makers almost daily, because now with Zoom and whatnot, we communicate regularly. And then on the EU side, I speak to DG Taxud in the Trade Contact Group as a representative also very regularly. So the officials are open. They are open to discuss. They are ready to help within the framework of the government's guidance. And you do see good initiatives. There is the HMRC Border Strategy of 2025, which is not long to go now. And then there is the Customs Union 2040. And we were invited to be part of a future development foresight group. So the foresight looks into the future and envisions what could be. So, and this has a lot of representatives. So there are very positive steps and the engagement is there. What I am saying though is something different. What I'm saying though is we as trade association need to outreach to another to facilitate the understanding amongst each other. So a best example I can give is you and me here. Because you have taken time from your business, you have taken time from your business to be here to engage with Eastern Europe and say, we are willing to work with you, we are open, let's get it done together. And it is that collaboration that goes with government, where we press the government for sure. But if we come with a united voice, we take our consolidated message. You go to Brussels, you tell them, and the same message goes to the UK government. Then we can attack from both sides and we will win.
Okay.
Divided, we will fall.
As moderator, I'm going to play the devil's advocate again. There is an agreement that our industry should lobby more to establish a smoother platform, a less complicated platform for trade. But in England, there is an expression, turkeys don't vote for Christmas. Now, in our industry, in the forwarding business, we have made a lot of money out of Brexit. So should our industry, the forwarding industry, the logistics industry, take the longer term view that we will lobby for less obstruction to trade, for less friction, even though it might cost us margin, money, income down the road? Is the fact that the logistics business is making more money out of Brexit is it stopping our lobbying, and have our industry got blinkers on because Brexit is good for the forwarding business? Peter.
On one side, Brexit is good for logistics area. We have more demand for the services, more demand for the storages, etc. But on the other hand, our possibilities are limited. We are pushed by the clients to decrease the rates, despite that the market is going in opposite way. So the profitability of this business with Brexit is not so high as someone will expect.
Okay, Anna, has our industry got blinkers on? Are we drunk on the extra revenues of Brexit?
No, but we also need to think ahead. Strategy, right? What's the short, medium, and long-term future of industry? And now we cash in to a certain extent, but on the cost of who? The businesses sell less to Europe or to the UK, and they are charged more. Is that a winning solution? So, yes, our industry makes more money, but the profit for our clients is reducing. So the only way we will have a sustainable, so now we can smile, but what about in 1 or 2 years? So the only way we can all get out of this well is if we support our customers to grow globally more, to reach their customers faster and to cut the paperwork, to reduce their costs, and to open up new revenue streams, for example, by expanding. So the UK businesses that stopped, as your slideshow, that stopped working with Europe, we need to entice them back. One way to entice them back is for you to tell them, we've got you covered. Don't be scared of the border. We've got you covered. Here is your expert that can help you. Here is the packing agency that can help you. We will get it done together. Then they will say, all right, if they can do Europe, maybe they can do Turkey. Maybe they can do the US. Maybe I can go and deliver to Australia. Who can I use? Oh, look at this freight forwarder in Slovakia. He helped me with Central Europe. He says he can get access to Ukraine and Russia. Wonderful. So, short-term solution, yeah, we're like, okay, pay more. Long-term strategy, help our customers, our importers, exporters, our businesses grow. We will grow with them. Win-win due to Brexit. Now, that's amazing. When have you ever heard win-win and Brexit together?
That is, I think, quite profound. You said win-win, because generally speaking, if you look at the statistics, Brexit has been lose-lose. Lose for the European Union, lose for the United Kingdom. But one of the questions our colleagues in the audience asked us is, there was a mention earlier that we have 4% inflation in the UK last month. I would pose the question that Brexit was very much an emotional political decision. We're now through that political decision, and we're now back to the pragmatic issues of paying the bills every month. So will there be a reappraisal from a British perspective if inflation keeps rising because of fuel costs, because of haulage costs, because of the increased cost of the border? Is inflation and the negative impact in the consumer's pockets, is that going to drive change? Is that going to drive and give our industry momentum to make frictionless borders a reality? Do you think just in that the British consumer, if he's hit with 4% inflation every month, is going to push for change?
Well, I think, firstly, I agree. Brexit was an emotional decision, and you could say because of the closeness of the vote, it was a very close vote. But I also have to say that Boris Johnson, who was the British Prime Minister that finally drove Brexit through, received a vote of confidence this week that 47% of the electorate still favour Boris Johnson, which is a pretty strong majority. So whatever people think of him, he's still perceived as being a positive Prime Minister. And I also think, and again this is just very much, I think the European project needs to learn from the Brexit situation. There are lessons to be learnt as well from the EU's perspective. But moving forward, I mean, Brexit isn't a word that we use in our language now in the Port of Antwerp. Brexit has happened, and this is the new Europe. I've already set out that we, as a port, have tried to facilitate frictionless trade, and we will continue to do that. So we'll be visiting the UK later in November, into Scotland, Liverpool, Hull, and into London, again to reach out to the British audience about the benefits of shipping through the Port of Antwerp. So we very much see it as a long-term gain. We are a community builder. We are there to provide the infrastructure and the connectivity and the facilities for our customers to do trade. We are a trade facilitator, and that is a long-term game. So our position on that hasn't changed. Will the British consumer, will they stomach 4% increases? Well, I think, and I mentioned it earlier, I think for so long, parts of the supply chain have been so cheap, and costs have been driven down for so long, that I think we're starting to realise that now, and I think the consumer will have to pay more to get the security of the supply chain. I think with anything, if your costs go up, you don't particularly like it, but I think you have to accept that if you want to have gas in your filling stations and you want to have food on your plate on a regular basis and you don't have to queue for it, something has to change. And I think perhaps certainly in the UK, maybe in Europe, some of the worst creators of that situation have been the big retailers, the supermarkets. They've driven down the prices to remain competitive to the consumers, but ultimately the supply chain has suffered because of that, and I think the consumer is going to have to pay more for a secure and sustainable supply chain.
I think that is spot on, and I'm aware we are into our last few minutes. A provocative question is, if we take Brexit and use the past tense, it's happened. Do you think there will be other countries in the EU 27 that would consider Brexit? Peter?
In my point of view, not, but I am living in Slovakia and I know the region around us. I can't judge how it will be in Finland, for example. So, in my opinion, not. But the experience is not good. It's more or less negative. So, it is not a good example for living in the EU.
Anna?
Not everything is perfect with the European Union, but it's better to be in than out. And I think anybody looking from the outside to Britain sees that with respect. That the fact that we have a single market of 400 million consumers, potential customers, is just a huge prize. And if the EU membership would be so bad, why on earth would Germany be still in it? Now, having said that, easy answers to complex problems attract a lot of people. So we will see what happens in France next year with the elections. But you know as well as I do, when somebody promises you an easy solution to a complicated problem, I would be skeptical. I would not fall for it. I think all of these points that you mentioned about the Brexit vote are easy answers to rather complex problems. And I'm glad I'm in Bratislava.
You're welcome.
And I'm glad that you guys are part of the European Union.
Thank you.
Justin.
So from someone that is not part of the European Union any longer, I made the point earlier, I think the EU needs to learn its lessons as well. I heard when I arrived here on Wednesday that Poland are actually challenging the legitimacy of European law over Polish law. So there is another example of some disagreements with the EU. But I certainly think from a trade perspective, the UK is probably in a worse position than it was. And I think if we could have worked our way through the other issues, then the vote would have been very much more different. And just before you hang this conference up, if I could just make a sales pitch to the audience. Again, I've reinforced about our role as a community builder. On the 9th of November, in the Port of Antwerp, we're holding an intermodal marketplace where we're inviting shippers and freight forwarders to come along and to meet our port community and to talk about the work that we've been doing with regards to barge, road, rail and short sea. It's a free-to-attend event, and if you want any more details, ask me or one of the team that is in the audience. Sorry for the crude pitch, but I wanted to get it in there. Thank you.
Okay, we are out of time. I think this discussion could have continued for a lot longer, and I think the comment made a moment ago about beware of simple solutions to complex problems is a very good summary. Before some concluding remarks from me, gentlemen, any concluding remarks? Peter?
It is a nice possibility to meet all of you here and hear that you are willing to cooperate. It is a nice and positive message for the future. Thank you.
Anna, sir.
Well, as I've said already, it's a pleasure to be in Bratislava, and I commend also the World of Freight for holding this event here and for Bratislava for being so open and willing to have us. I think you did a great job with hosting us and having us and letting us in despite our decision to leave the European Union. We're still in Europe, and we will stay in Europe. Amen.
Justin, any concluding remarks, sir?
Sure. Yeah. Just really to conclude, to agree with the same comments. First visit to Slovakia, first visit to Bratislava. Beautiful city, very friendly people, clearly a lot of potential, and a very important customer for the Port of Antwerp.
Okay. From my perspective, I think that the two words that I will take away is trade facilitator. We have to be, as an industry, a facilitator for trade. And I would hope that our industry would take the long view, that as logistics providers, we don't look collectively for the quick buck, but we look after our customers and the shipping community, because a healthy, prosperous shipping community with frictionless borders is good for all of us. And I would thank the audience for their rapt attention and their very cogent questions. I would thank my colleagues, and let's all go out there, guys, and be trade facilitators, and let's be that agency for change positively. Thank you, everybody.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, at the main stage. First discussions of the last day of WOF Expo 2021 are over. And we will continue in our all three stages. At the e-commerce stage, we will have a discussion about sustainable logistics and last mile changes. Then we have also some discussion at our innovation stage. There will be a digitization of the supply chain, how visibility and automation are advancing human potential. And here at the main stage, you are warmly invited for watching our next very interesting panel discussion, which will be about IoT visibility enabled by decentralized distributed technology, which will be led by the supply and the blockchain consultant, Mr. Jakub Čtvrtníček. So I would like to welcome him and his guests on the stage in a couple of seconds. So enjoy another panel discussion here at the last day of WOF Expo 2021.
Let's go. Super. Oh, the clicker. You guys can sit.
Yeah, okay. Oops.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I think that's yours.
Yes. Nothing. Good, we can start. Welcome everyone. This morning we are very pleasured to be presenting and talking and share knowledge about very, very interesting topics which are trending in the industry of logistics and supply chain today. And we are in particular going to talk about what I would call, the title is a little long to be honest, I would call it a marriage of two key technologies, the IoT technology and what we call on a table, on a slide, decentralized distribution ledger technologies, aka blockchains. My name is Jakub Čtvrtníček, and I am very proud and very delighted to host this session. Let me do a little of introduction to the topics, and then we have our excellent speakers who will join us in this session as well. And we should have also one speaker who will dial in and be online. So many of you know about this Internet of Things, right? Pretty much every device, every mobile phone, every car, everything, there is basically a type of Internet of Things. And we have basically a huge revolution of these items nowadays. That's one side of the equation. The other side of the equation is, as we said, the decentralized distributed ledger technologies, sorry for that, what we call, in some words, a blockchain. There is some sort of a reason why we use two terms, which I think Jens can elaborate a little bit later. The whole point is there is a new type of sharing data and assuring a value is being shared correctly in the industry. Some of you may have been here on Wednesday when we were talking about blockchains and global trade, and we have been already elaborating on that topic as well. Now, the third pillar of this kind of a industrial revolution is new type of business models. All of us we know this B2B, B2C, C2C, or even G2G, government to governments, right? Now, with the merger of these two technologies, we actually have a new business models of what we can call device to businesses, or even devices to devices. And suddenly, we are in a totally new realm of a situation. Now, for today, we will not go too much technical. For sure, in the last 10 years, you have seen one of these pictures which explains how this blockchain, how this distributed ledger technology works. You have for sure seen a lot of designs, a lot of communication protocols about how Internet of Things works. Again, our focus is not that, and I have to a little bit discourage you right now, even though it's an interesting topic. We are going to talk primarily about use cases and a value and a differentiation in this segment. I am kind of stealing, if I may, some words from an IOTA Foundation. Why we need to talk about Internet of Things, and what is the quote of IOTA Foundation when they talk about it is, there's 100 billion reasons why we talk about IoT. But there's a prediction, and I think we are not too far from that number, that by the year 2025, which is about 4 years from today, not too much far away, there will be about 100 billion devices on the globe, somewhat connected to some sort of a backend system, cloud, or even blockchains as such. And each of these devices, including that one that you wear everyone in your phone, or the one that you look, or the one that you drive, has about 10 and more sensors which produce tons of data. Now, it will be about 12 devices, if you do a math correctly, per person. Now, this is going to be really revolutionary, and it's going to be totally new scale of transactioning than what we talk about today. And a side topic is, many of you may know, there is this shortages of chips. I have studied that shortage of chips in recent weeks, and it's very interesting to know where these chips are located, right? It's starting with the bigger smart devices, and it goes to, at the end, to your electrical toothbrush that is actually running one of these. So we see that this is really all over our life and also permeating into our business life. That's IoT. So it's just to show the importance of this topic. The other topic is back to our blockchains, aka distributed ledger technologies. We have done, or this technology has done quite a journey in last 11 years, right? Every one of you knows Bitcoin, perhaps some of you know Ethereum, or a solution which is done by IBM called Hyperledger. We are by now talking about so-called third, or sometimes even some call it fourth generation of blockchains, whatever the number is. The point is we are getting more advanced with some sort of scalability, and it's really brought to the last device where it can run. And again, Jens may have more details on it. So we have done, or the industry has done, a lot of progress. One thing which is very important, it's a little bit of reiteration from our Wednesday session, is what is this blockchain? How does it matter? What is the revolution? Is it only a technology, or is it now a new trading concept or new business model, if you wish, right? Some time back, I have read a book from Don Tapscott, Blockchain Revolution, which is issued, I believe, 2015, 2016. And Don kind of explained it very well. He basically talked about the internet we know as an internet of information, sharing, copying data. And then he described a blockchain as a trust protocol into what we call an internet of value. We are able to transfer something that matters. It will be the money, it could be an asset, it could be a title to a document or to a property in that sense, right? That's on the blockchain side. Now, on the IoT side, or the technological, or the devices side, we know, as we said before, there is tons of devices around our lives in the industry. Each one of them has some sort of a sensor, and they are basically they are everywhere in our lives. Now, this is really a recipe for a perfect storm, which is coming in next few years. Last thing, which I want to kind of mention here, it's a reference to also organization World Trade Organization, which did already few studies and few recommendations to the member countries how to look at blockchain and perhaps how to adopt the blockchain together with the IoT devices. They talk about it as a means to facilitate trade, to smoothen the trade, make it more efficient. And of course, IoT now, either IoTs or some sort of a tax, make a very important traceability mark in that process. Okay, now let me introduce our other three speakers. We have here, next to me is Dr. Professor Alfred Taudes from Vienna University of Economics. Alfred is professing at this university, as well as he's the head of the Research Institute for Supply Chain, as well as for crypto economics. And I think Alfred will inform us a little bit more what comes from the academic realms, what is being done in Austrian blockchain center, so that's the ABC standing for, as well as Alfred collaborates with a lot of startups and institutions in this segment. Thank you, Alfred, for being here. Second speaker is gentleman Jens Lund Nielsen. Jens is the head of, and I hope I say it correctly, head of global trade and supply chain in IOTA Foundation, which was already mentioned a few times here. Now, IOTA Foundation is bringing quite a new approach into this blockchain, if I may still use that word, space where it's really kind of geared up to process tons of data from all of these devices. At the same time, Jens has experience from logistics industry where he used to work in Maersk Logistics, working on various projects. Among others was also the introduction of supply chain finances and finance processes to traders, particularly in Africa. So thank you, Jens, for being here. And then we have a third speaker, which should be online. I should be checking with our, can you guys put him on? Okay, super. So Jens, sorry. Marcel is really a veteran of the business industry. Marcel has written a book about, which is titled Raise the Bar, Change the Game. Here we go. Hello, Marcel. Now you're on screen. And Marcel is basically bringing quite influential and the best lesson learned of how to run a business and how to really challenge ourselves in an adoption of either new technologies or new approaches. At the same time, Marcel is the founder of the IBCS group, which has a stall here, by the way, at the end of the aisle. And we will hear from Marcel about how does he perceive the blockchain in terms of what does it matter to the industry and how does it compare to an adoption of a barcode some 30 or 40 years ago. It's excellent to have you online, Marcel. Thank you for joining.
Thank you very much, Jakob. Nice to meet all of you guys. Hope you're having a good show.
I believe you can see yourself behind us as well. Super.
I can, yes, I can. So I have to behave myself now.
A little bit, yeah. Super. So, okay, so this was an introduction. Before we go ahead, thank you. Before we go ahead and I hand over to Alfred and then to Jens, I think during the talk it will be good that you guys kind of address a few of these topics, right? One of them is this a technology or is it a concept? Where is the barrier between these two, right? And it may be implicitly answered by your sharing. Second thing is, and I think that's kind of interesting also for me, who is the user eventually here, right? Who are the users that use it? And nowadays we don't talk about user as a persona. We talk actually user is actually this thing, right? This is going to be a trading entity in some ways, which may be on this huge ecosystem, right? And of course, I believe you guys will cover some sort of a value and use cases that you see in the industry. Okay? Thank you, Alfred.
Jakob, thank you very much. A warm welcome from my side. The first time I heard about Bitcoin, which was about 5 years ago, I didn't believe what people told me, because this is a system where thousands of computer nodes collaboratively administer a new form of money, and each one has a local copy of information. And typically you don't think that this is working, right? You would think that you have to have some central authority who has to do this. But Bitcoin and blockchain technology has shown that it is working. So for me, blockchain is a collaboration technology. A technology that changes the basis of the information on which you can collaborate. Because instead of classical data sharing, which is inherently insecure, this technology allows you to keep local copies of data and still keep it consistent and being able to prove certain things. And so we will see a lot of new ways to collaborate. So besides all this crypto stuff and all these cool new words, I think it's a new collaboration technology at the core. And collaboration is also at the core of the Austrian Blockchain Center. This is a research center founded by 5 universities in Austria that collaborate with companies when they want to make innovative projects in the blockchain space. We basically collaborate on the professor level and also on the PhD level. So we want to get our students involved in this new technology, and we also have government subsidies to support our research. And basically we can do anything from basic research up to prototypes. And the first project that I want to show you is a recycling pilot study. You will later from the other two speakers hear a lot about how blockchain helps you to collaborate within the supply chain between the different logistic partners. But of course now with recent legislation it's very important to get the customers on board to close the loop. And with our partner Coca-Cola, we have a project where customers get cryptocurrency, get tokens, if they correctly recycle their plastic bottles. So in a way, it's a transferring of the Bitcoin concept to the supply chain concept. You might ask yourself, why do you need a blockchain and why do you have a token? Well, in such a case, the token is more flexible. The token allows you to make privacy-aware applications where you only see the tokens that you have in the wallet, but you don't see the behavior that has led to this awarding of the token. And it also allows you to give incentive systems that are social, because we know from a lot of interactions with customers, of course it's nice to get a personal benefit for doing something good, but they are also interested that organizations do something for the common good. So for example, on the blockchain, Coca-Cola could say for every 1,000 tokens that are generated by the customers through returning the bottles, they would plant a tree. And if this is on a blockchain, everybody can verify that. And this public verifiability is also something very important on the blockchain. So currently in this project we have written a small app where the customer, when buying the plastic bottle, scans a QR code, and when he scans again the bottle, when he recycled it at the recycle box, he gets a token. And this token can be redeemed for a number of benefits. And we use multi-chain in the back end to store these two tokens. One is this bottle token, which is an NFT, which means that it's unique for each bottle, so that you can trace back which bottle it was, and the reward tokens that the customers get. Currently we are in a trial phase. You can see here how it works. We had it is running now for about 1 week. We had 50 app downloads, and once the people have downloaded the app, they use it quite heavily. Of course, the key point is here, how do you get the people to download the app and use that? Currently, we have a participation rate of 5 to 10%. Let's see how it will continue. Mm-hmm. Of course, you cannot have a participation rate of 100%, and even if there's a law, it wouldn't work. So I'm personally a fan of incentives and getting the people to do this on a voluntary basis. Okay. Another application that we are thinking about is more futuristic. Maybe you've heard about the physical internet. The physical internet is a concept that was developed about 8 years ago from Professor Montreux in Canada. And he said, why don't we organize our supply chains like the digital internet is organizing the packet transfer? The digital internet has standardized formats for the messages, and they are not passed by individual competing logistic providers, but they are passed in an open protocol between the different nodes and routed through the system in a collaborative way. And the physical internet has at the core the standardization of the containers and of course the Internet of Things communication. But if you want to really implement the physical internet, you definitely have to have a blockchain infrastructure, because in such an open system you cannot have different information systems that are controlled by different companies. You have to have a global integrated information system, and this must be a blockchain. And the idea is to get better utilization of all the transport equipment and also to get a better bundling of all the flows. Okay, this was my part, and I hand over to Jens.
Thank you, Alfred. Thanks so much. Very, very interesting, and happy to be with all of you here today, and also you, Brian, sitting somewhere warmer than the rest of us.
Yeah.
I represent the IOTA Foundation, and I have a background from Maersk Shipping before I joined the IOTA Foundation. So what I will try to do is to not go too deep into the technologies. I know you challenged a little bit on that, Jakob, but talk very briefly on that. But really more about what are the use cases? How does this translate into the sector that we are working in?
Super.
And you all touch about this a little bit is, you know, why do we use blockchain in the sector, in trade and supply chains? And I kind of say there's just high level 3 things we use it for. Data is the most prevalent use cases at the moment that we also heard from Alfred, where you actually have knowledge what happens in the supply chain. You have trust in that data. You have integrity of the data. You can also have accountability for the data. Where does it come from? Who was issuing this kind of data? And I think that's one of the most fundamental use cases of the technology. On top of that, there is the value infrastructure. You can transfer values. You can do tokenization and so forth. And you can then transfer those tokens between you and others. And I think the bottles that you were explaining was a really, really cool way of thinking about how we sort out waste recycling and these kind of issues. And the last thing that is not very used right now, but I think will be something we'll see in the future is the ability of smart contracts. Smart contract is basically you can execute in a trusted way an agreement between parties with a neutral electronical way of doing that, saying that we agree that if the flight is late, I will be paid some kind of reward that happens in an executed if-then environment, a virtual machine, and I will automatically get that reward or that compensation if the flight is late. And it's all happening in a decentralized, trusted way, so nobody can, that agreement is handled by electronic trust and not by an organizational trust. So if we talk about 2 words on IOTA, because it was mentioned, this is a 3rd or 4th generation, but it's a space that is constantly evolving, these technologies, and one of the things that why we find it very interesting to be part of talking supply chain and trade is because the features of the fundamental protocol of IOTA is that it scales very well and it's feeless. And these things are extremely important when we talk about supply chain use cases. The fact that you can predict the cost, you don't have to pay gas or other things to make sure that you can do these kind of things. You can have this trusted internet. This is important. And I just want to say here that IOTA is like Intel Inside. We're like the Intel. We don't build the features and the functionalities and the applications ourselves. We work with partners who actually build the applications, but using our technology as the fundamental blockchain or distributed ledger technology inside that. So the use cases I'm going to give to you is built with partners, and it's not product that we own in any way. So the first use case I want to share with you is related a lot to the discussions we heard this morning, also about Brexit.
Yes.
Cross-border trade, the ability today that we talk about trade has all these documents you have to fill out. There's all these curing processes that you have to do when you cross a border. And that happens multiple actors. When I was part of my former company, we did a study. We followed the container out of Kenya to Rotterdam, but we did not follow the container physically. We followed all the communications around it.
Right.
And we found out there was 200 pieces of communication following this container. That was, certificate of origins, the export certificates, the phytosanitary certificates, and so on. But it was also simply emails to each other as freight forwarders. Have you seen my container? Do you know where it is? These kind of instances, is it the port right now, and so on. And that happened between 25 different actors. And it happens as what I was trying to illustrate on the slide, as you see on the left. Right. Everybody has bilateral connections with each other, reaching out. The future of this is maybe the same concept that you were explaining a little bit, the physical internet. The fact that you would have, we call it a data pipeline, but everybody can share the information to one place, like the internet, but in a trusted version, where everybody else can then fetch it from. So you don't have all the bilateral connections, but you just share it on this ledger. And that takes some things around the ledger. It takes that it has to be, of course, you have the immutability of the data there, but also that you have encryption layers on this, so you can decide who actually can pick it up. It's not everybody who's allowed to pick up. Right. This is important information. And we are working. We're working in East Africa at the moment. We're working with governments there, working with Kenya revenue authorities, and Trademark East Africa, and the different agencies there. And what we've done until now is that we've been within all of these agencies. They already have all this information available digitally, but we're building a bridge so that they can share this digital information into this, we call it the TLIP system, Trade Logistics Information Pipeline. And that means it fundamentally changes the way you interact, because today a lot of this happens on papers, and you go from office to office to get a stamp, to inform, you fill in different websites, but everybody can pick the data from this ledger. And we don't build a new system, we just add a thin veneer on all the digital systems that already exist, and they can then share this information. So in that way, we really, sorry, I'm moving too fast here. The idea was that, and I think this is something people forget about the distributed ledger technology, is that it provides data immutability, integrity, but it also provides the ability for distributed way of managing your data. And that is a fundamental thing that we really haven't seen, and industry really haven't understand yet. That you can still keep your data in your own databases, but you can show on the ledger where is your data sitting. You can put what we call a hash or fingerprint of that data out at a time when you're sharing it to prove that you haven't altered it, but you don't have to put it into a centralized database.
Right.
You still have these decentralized way. And the system that we're building with governments in East Africa means that freight forwarders, traders, and so on, in a decentralized way, can access this and just set up their own participation and start to share their data and be part of this ecosystem.
Right.
So you don't have to centralize, and onboard everybody from a centralized position. What is interesting is that actually the Kenyan government signed a trade agreement with the UK 2 months ago, and they said they put this system into the trade agreement to look at that between UK and Kenya, and I'm really mentioning this because we had discussion this morning about UK.
So I can't resist, but I already have to ask this question. So there is this information pipeline which is enabled by this type of blockchain. Now the notorious question, why it has to be blockchain? I mean, you said that, okay, the traders, the freight forwarders, of course they have their own systems, they connect, but why Kenya would not trust if they buy an Oracle database with some sort of application server, I don't know. So which I believe they also would gain that function, but there must be something extra.
Yes,
so, maybe you meant it, I just want to kind of be a dumb person here. Yes. I want to hear why.
No, it's very true. So you could say, and you have single national window systems in each country that handles relationship with the government. But the thing is, what when the container gets to Holland or UK?
Yeah.
Who is the originator of the data? Do then they have to then set up bilateral agreements, government to government, which you could think about, maybe could be imagined.
Which even happens, right?
Which even happens, and in Kenya's case, they have only for phytosanitary certificates, they have that with Holland, with that institute there. But that's only one certificate out of all the different documents. So they have to build that bilateral relationship with, first of all, one country, then with all the other countries.
Right.
And all the other countries have to do bilateral as well. So you're not really enabling
the trade.
I mean, you're not really enabling the thing that you only have to log on to this system once.
Yes.
And then you can show the keys to who has to be involved.
Okay.
You don't have to do the bilateral agreement every time.
Okay.
And so that's one thing from nation to nation. But also then you have the huge ecosystem of traders and freight forwarders and so on. And what you really want is want to have data from source.
Correct. From the very beginning.
From the very beginning. And not having the government to be the one who says, we have this data from Palapina and we now give it to the Dutch government that has to trust it comes from Palapina. No, Palapina has to put it out and be trusted that they put it out and be accountable for it. So it's also systematically a new way of thinking about this decentralized way of collaboration.
Super, super. I'll let you finish. I still have one more question to this one.
Love, thanks. I wanted to share another use case that I can also see is coming up in the industry that will be very, very important. And we're working with another company called Seaport Technologies. They have the RFID scanners, barcode scanners, RFID readers, printers, and so on. And they already have a massive amount of hardware sitting out in supply chains all over the world. What we're working with them is that you can directly from any of these devices report an event to the Tangle, and then you can start to open up those data silos in these companies. So you get, at the important time that a product passes one of these events, the bottle or whatever it is, you get that information that it was here at that time, and you can even get some kind of business information around, whether is it packed, is it shipped, and so on. And that is to enable, let's say, tier N supply chain use cases, where you have deep down in your supply chain, not only the first tier where you want to know where your products are from, but also that they have a lot of suppliers. Take the automotive industry, they have enormously complex supply chains. And they can't control and have bilaterals, all this down there.
Correct, and we see it with the chips now.
Yeah. And here what we're looking at is how do you actually get information from deep down the supply chain, and you enable all these readers and scanners to automatically produce information. What is on top of this is, one thing is that they have to share the data, but they also have to share it in a language that is universal. So the receivers, whoever they are in the other end, it fits into their systems. And here the GS1 is coming out with a new standard called the EPCS 2.0, which is a supply chain standard that basically is the what, when, where, why, and how.
Right.
You understand that data, you can consume that data immediately. So now we are starting to build a lot of important things together. Data trust, that who has shared it, and they can't alter it, with the edge, with the IoT world, with the Seaport devices out there in the world, with a data format that is also standardized. So this is early stage. Give this a couple of years, and we will start to see something very, very interesting in the way we collaborate and we break these data silos in the industry. This was the two cases that I wanted to share that I thought would be, for the audience here, would be relevant. But we work with a lot of industry, a lot of partners in this phase, with a lot of universities. And it's really about, for us, building an ecosystem that understands these technologies and that they actually collaborate. Back to your first question, Jakob?
Correct.
It's an ecosystem.
Yeah.
Who's the customer? Who's the user? Well, they are all the customer and user at the same time. So we really need to think about this as an open way and a permissionless way of collaborating.
One more thing before you finish, Jens. Why is it IOTA Foundation? Why you're not a startup?
So fundamentally, we have been put in the world to develop the technology and make it open source, like Linux, if you like,
okay.
Something like that. And therefore, we are a non-for-profit, and for us, the only mandate we have is to make the technology available and empower that ecosystem.
Okay.
They building all the startups on top of that.
Okay.
We don't have that mandate.
Correct.
And we are registered in Germany as a non-for-profit, so we will never have that mandate.
Super. Thank you, Jens. Yeah. Thank you. So we have a third speaker. We have Brian Marcel. I hope, Brian, can you hear us? And we're waiting for your...
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can also see you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Well, good afternoon, or I suppose good morning, everybody. I don't know how many everybody is, but you can see me, but I can't see you, which is most unfortunate. And I'd love to have been there in person. But let me just give you a quick overview of my company, the IBCS Group. Hopefully you've all had a chance to check out our booth down on the floor there. Next slide, please. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Brian, do you... Yeah, super. Go ahead.
Can I get them to change the slide, do you think? Jakob?
Is it, yeah.
Ah, that's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
You see your screen.
Yeah, carry on.
So go ahead. So
Next slide. There, that's it. Just a quick idea of who we are, because we have been around for quite a long time in Central and Eastern Europe, which is our focus. And I'm particularly proud that our Czech Republic company, Codis, is just celebrating their 30 years in business, which I think is an incredible achievement for any company, let alone a company in Central and Eastern Europe. So many congratulations to them. So our main focus is barcode and RFID solutions across all verticals. So you might wonder, what are we doing on a blockchain panel, and what is our interest? Well, the first thing I want to say is that I want to get rid of any sort of association with cryptocurrencies, the gambling side of it. I think whenever blockchain's mentioned, people think immediately about Bitcoin and things like that. And they don't realize that actually blockchain is the underlying technology that Bitcoin runs on. So without blockchain, you can't have Bitcoin, or I mean the other way around. With Bitcoin, you must have blockchain. But fortunately, we don't have to have Bitcoin if we're looking at a blockchain solution. And my group's fundamental reason or mission in life is to move enterprise into the blockchain arena, and so they can get the benefits we see from blockchain, just like they did with barcodes. For example, I see blockchain as barcodes Mark II. I think we've already seen that blockchain is essentially a single version of the truth. It gives trust to an ecosystem, and it does that by knowing all the players in the ecosystem to be trustworthy. So they have to have their identity validated by people who have the nodes in the tangle, for example. And the transaction has to be validated as well. And you'll find that a transaction has to start with some kind of digital identification. And guess what? A barcode is a digital transaction or identification. So all blockchain transactions could actually start with a barcode. And that's kind of where we see the synergy. And so just for the few short minutes I've got here, I just thought I'd go through a couple of applications similar to what Jens has done, just to sort of whet your appetite, if you like, of what can be done in blockchain. I mean, it is true and fair to say that this isn't happening overnight. There are lots of proof of concepts going on at the moment. And as far as I know, in our region, there aren't any real use cases as such that have taken off. So it is going to be a 2 to 3 year project, if you like, but no time like the present to start now. And if I could have the next slide, please. And the first one we are really looking at is a real world situation with the COVID, of course. And most airlines now want you to have a digital passport to show that you've been vaccinated. And I've visited a few countries recently, and even going into restaurants and hotels, you need to show you've had a negative COVID test and you've been double vaccinated. So we've actually, next slide please, we've actually put together an actual use of this because I think it's going to permeate more and more, maybe into cinemas, theatres, public events, football matches, and all that kind of thing, as we all learn to live with this COVID. Next slide, please. I think the interesting point is, at the moment, only countries who have an agreement with the EU can verify the EU Green Certificate. And therefore, the system's not open to all. In fact, it's only open to 27 countries. And that's why we've linked it up with the IOTA Tangle, because that opens it up to the world, effectively. And if I look at the next slide, you can get an idea what I'm talking about and what the difference is. So in fact, what we're doing is the actual hospital is opening up, it's putting in a channel to IOTA so that it can put in a public key on the Tangle. And this is the big differentiator to, say, other green passes, for example. So the patient will get, if you have a look at the green highlighted bits of this slide, rather than all the other fussy bits, so the patient will get the COVID jab and all the personal data will get, oh, could you zoom in actually, because I can't read, sorry. It's too small. But okay, basically, he gets, the patient gets a COVID jab, turns that into a QR code, and then at the venue or the airport, it gets scanned. But as I say, the secret here is when it's scanned, the application will seek from the Tangle the public key of the hospital to make sure it's valid. And so it's validating both things, the private key and the public key, and thus, as I say, opening it up to the world and not just the EU. Next slide, please. Another example, a favorite one of mine actually, is provenance. Actually looking to see the origins of a product, or in this case, a soft drink called Fact. And you can scan a QR code on the can, and it'll show you where the Fact was made, and it'll also give a nice story, a backstory, maybe about the factory or even the person that put the liquid in the can. because certainly millennials these days want to buy from a trusted brand, an ethical brand, and the more they know about the brand, the happier they are and more likely they are to buy. So I think the blockchain offers a fantastic opportunity to trace the origins of a product. Next slide, please. Just quickly, a few applications that are out in the real world. So provenance, for example, Walmart are using the provenance of all their food. It's called the Food Trust, their ecosystem, to recall food if there's a problem, which at the moment takes about 7 days to find out who actually made it back in the factory. But using the blockchain, it takes about 3 seconds. Jaguar Land Rover is an IOTA application where you can have a sort of a box linked to the IOTA Tangle, and you can drive around in your Jaguar earning tokens for reporting on traffic and weather and potholes, various things like that. And these tokens could be changed into rewards or money for a motorway, for example. Everledger tracks the provenance of diamonds. There are lots of shipping document applications because I think there are about 200 transactions on a shipment. One's always having to phone up for the invoice or the bill of lading, or the bill of lading is fake or the invoice isn't working and whatever. But if the shipping documents are on the blockchain, anybody has visibility to that blockchain and can pick up those documents anytime they like. And of course, they've been validated, therefore they must be real and transparent. Pharmaceutical authentication, basically lots of counterfeit medicines around. This will authenticate that, as well as with fashion. Renault are doing a digital twin of cars so that they have a single version of the truth of their maintenance records and their numerous supply chain applications. And final slide, please. Just so you take away from this, not every application or solution is suitable for a blockchain. So if you have a look at these, and if you can answer yes to all of these questions, then you've got the makings of a blockchain transaction. So is there a need for a shared common database, multiple parties involved, etc., etc.? I'm sure you can read this as well as I. And that's basically all I have to say. So thank you very much for listening.
Brian, one more thing. We would be so you have a lot of experiences with adoption of a barcode back in 80s, early 90s, and I believe do you see this as another type of what was it meant back then for the industry to do start to do barcoding, and what do you see the parallels with the situation today?
Yes, I think very importantly, one thing we used to get when we started talking to companies about introducing barcodes, and I'm talking the late 70s here, is they were terrified of it. They didn't understand it, and furthermore, all the marketing departments didn't like those black and white stripes defacing their products. So that was kind of a battle we had to fight. But mainly our mantra was to take the mystique out of barcodes, and we'd try and do most of the work for the companies to get it started. And of course, in those days, we had the supermarkets. They were pushing their suppliers to put barcodes on. But unfortunately, we don't have that situation with blockchain. But I think the best way to try and get an enterprise to adopt blockchain is to take the mystique out of blockchain. Maybe not even mention the word blockchain, but simply to say that this will enhance your your processes, in-house processes. It'll speed things up. It will save you money. It will lead to better security, etc., maybe more trust with your suppliers, and open up innovation. So I think that's the way we need to handle it, so they don't get too scared about it.
Super. I like your word terrified. Barcode was terrifying back then, and I mean, at some point, blockchain is somewhat, maybe not terrifying, but at minimum strange, right? Because we talk about these all architectures, and we see the long hash, and it's just not readable at all, right? So I see also somewhat parallels. Now, thank you, guys. I think each one of you have mentioned that we are at some point of time at some sort of a beginning of the journey in terms of adoption and in terms of when the solutions are coming down the road. Would you guys comment, like, when is the high time coming? What will need to happen that, you know, there will be the full slide, the avalanche of the solutions, and it will be I can't pronounce this word, so it will be dominating our world, business world or private world. Where is the tip point, right? Is it in the government's hands? Is it we waiting for some sort of a rule, or is this going to be some sort of a social movement, or what do you guys think? Where is when is the bomb going to explode, if I may use these words? Maybe Alfred, you first, and then Jens.
Well, I think it's all these factors in common.
Okay.
Of course, for example, now the new legislation for CO2 emissions will, of course, create a lot of demand for solutions that track these certificates, where you can trade them, where you have trust in IoT to measure it. But before this government legislation came out, of course, there was a social movement.
Okay.
But I think, and here I'm looking at Brian because he's more at the practical side, one should not think that these processes go very fast. I think it has taken a long time until barcode was basically adapted, because it's a cooperation technology and you have to have different partners on. And it will be a gradual move. And blockchain is a back-end technology. So on the front end, you don't see so much changes, right? But for sure, I think transparency and trustworthy, they are key issues in future types of collaborative environments. So for sure, these things will come, but it will take quite some time.
Jens, would that be not the case for this information pipeline imposed by Kenyan government, that actually this is the momentum? Yeah. That's why the government?
Yeah, no, and very true. First I want to say I have to thank Brian, because he gave that historical perspective to me as well. And I think that is needed a little bit to understand things takes time, right? I've been on this journey for a couple of years myself personally, and can see all these opportunities and value creation. And I think if we break it down a little bit wide, when do we have adoption? Okay. What are the factors? And there are a few factors. First of all, that's the technology, right? The technology is getting there. You know, what I mean there is it's getting cheap enough, it's getting fast enough, and it has the decentralized nature that it needs to have for really being used, and not just, you know, pretending you have a few centralized databases and call it a blockchain.
I don't need the super hardware to mine the Bitcoin, which I have a hardware farm anymore, right?
Exactly, you have that feeless structure. So we're getting there. That's the technology.
Right.
You know, the basic technology. Then when we're building applications using this technology, we always build for stakeholders. We build for an ecosystem. Okay. So you have to have the ecosystem, not only one user understanding it, but an ecosystem of user have to understand it. And getting that kind of trust into an ecosystem to collaborate is the next factor here, which takes a little bit of time. And then the third thing is, what do you communicate in? Because you need data standard to communicate in, because you have many people accessing the same thing. So whatever the solution is, what is communicating using this technology, has to be somebody everybody is shared using that data formats. So we have different things at the same time. What is then pushing it? Definitely compliance. US, we see the FDA is pushing there. We're talking to some partners there, especially in food, where you see that push is coming in. I think it's in 2025 or around there. They have to tell the content of food products and where it comes from and show that, and they have to find a solution for that.
Yeah.
And we see in Europe, it's interestingly batteries, electric batteries. That is a huge push at the moment. And we as a foundation have been selected by the European Commission to be one of those who can provide the future infrastructure for services on blockchain in Europe. And we see that they ask us to look into especially also batteries as one of the push cases. So there's a lot of converging factors at the same time. And you mentioned in Kenya, why I worked very hard when I started was to activate all my contacts in that region. Because I do see government as one of the drivers, because they have a monopoly.
They do.
So
it's a fact.
That's how it is set up, right? So getting them into the game, I think Kenya will, and Eastern Africa, we will see them take over a lot of things that happen in the rest of the world. You know, Singapore has the same ability.
Correct.
And we see them being very.
And it's interesting. Some of these countries, they really jump the ladder, right? Jump the progression path. They go from totally not even manual work. There was no work, so to say. Now they establish a process directly on the latest technology, right? So that's an interesting move as well.
They're not scared in my. You know, they kind of maybe been on a fast track,
so to say,
technology journey, and that means when they project into the future, they're not afraid of taking the next technology, because they're taking technologies faster than we've been used to in Europe, and onboarding them.
Super, thank you. I think one of the other, I think Brian mentioned it as well as a little bit you guys, we see that kind of a unique field for blockchain and IoT is what we call a provenance use case. What means provenance is I know where my wine, where my grapes, or where my mango comes from, right? And I have certain trust that this is A, healthy, B, it is not sourced from either illegal or half illegal conditions, and it's very applicable for global trade, right? Would you agree with me that it's basically, this is the new thing that blockchain brings? Because we never had that opportunity before, and I think you said it, or sorry, Brian said it, that Walmart spent, I apologize, I don't know who said it now, spent some 7 days to research where an item come from, if they need to, right? So is this a new niche, sorry, maybe not even niche, but new field of, we are now searching for an origin of a good? That's one question. Second question is, I still have a little bit doubt, because how is Mango enabled as an IoT device, right? What's this process? And I mean, maybe I reward to Brian and to you, Jens, how is a physical thing, or a Everledger, right? A diamond. So super, yeah, we trace them in, but what if that person in Africa, you know, the first entry was wrong, right? So your opinion, guys. Maybe Brian, did you hear what we were asking?
Yes, I did. I mean, I think, unfortunately, blockchain, which is no magic wand, it's the same in any computer system, garbage in, garbage out. So, you know, you can start a whole chain going with poor information. But you've got to validate your processes. I think, this provenance thing is one of the things I'm hoping will drive blockchain applications, because I mentioned the food trust, yes, so all Walmart's suppliers have to use this system. So that's one thing. The pharmaceutical industry, certainly in the States, because I'm on a working group there, all big pharma have directed a working group to find out how to use blockchain in their supply chain for authentication. And I know Jens has mentioned in the past to me automotive industry is very much adopting blockchain, especially in automotive parts where there's a lot of counterfeit auto parts going along. So I'm hoping a lot of these industries are going to drive the use of blockchain and rather than having the supermarkets mandating it. But we'll see. We'll see.
Okay, thank you. Jens, do you have an opinion on this?
Yeah, I think what you were adding here was a few more trends to why this might happen, right? One is the consumer trend. We want to see where our products are from. And that's not only a consumer trend, it's also a societal trend. Sustainability is higher on the agenda. Where's my tuna sourced from? Where's my coffee sourced from?
Tuna, yeah.
And these kind of products. And either you do that for health reasons. I think most consumers are driven by health. But as a society, we see a lot of regulation is coming in again that, you know, you have to have slave-free supply chains. And we can all nod to that. But the complicated part of that is that it goes way down in supply chains when you go to secret rare earth metals and these kind of things in electronics. And these are all very... And blockchain is one of the solutions that takes the accountability for that data and gives it to the ones who produce things instead of giving it to the brands of the world who then have to audit the whole thing. Yeah. So it's also a convenience factor, right? I think in the future.
So it's enabled to increase the trust, right? Still, I like Brian's very simple words: garbage in, garbage out. It is, of course, also about a process around it. It's not a self-healing technology. Now, super. Thank you, guys. Now, I think one last point to kind of address here. We are at the WOF Expo, and there's a lot of SME companies here and logistics companies. What would you guys kind of suggest, unless you know, these companies did not yet venture or did not thought, you know, should they kind of register with IOTA and kind of start to explore some of the things? What are the options, as you know, on the individual level, like where to start? If I run a small company in Austria with, I don't know, 20 people, and I do trade, right? Of course I do trade. What should I do, right? And again, we know perhaps it's not yet prime time, but we hear a lot of good use cases of an origin traceability and so on. Maybe Alfred and then Brian, can you guys have your opinion on this?
Well, if you are an SME, definitely you're part of a supply chain.
Naturally.
So the first thing to do is talk to your supply chain partners, because as Jens correctly says is, blockchain is a technology that you cannot adopt alone. It's a collaboration technology. So talk to the people that you collaborate with. Talk about problems, because we humans normally typically blame people. Yeah? But I think in quality management, typically you should start to blame the process first. Yeah? And you alone don't see the whole process, because you're just part of all these kind of things, and you only see what goes wrong. Yeah. So the first step is talk to your partners in an open way, even if you have troubles with them, and try to find out what are the processes behind these issues. And the nice thing about blockchain technology is, if you want to integrate information or something, in the past you always had to have somebody who is the administrator of a central database.
Correct.
And you don't want that, because you have to find one that everybody's trusting, and this guy can manipulate the data and so on. Yeah? With the blockchain technology, you say, I don't want to share all the data, I want to keep them, but some things I want to share, and then I want to trust it. And if you have found that out, you can start in small groups.
Okay. It's a little bit what you say, like talk to your partners, see what is it. I feel like, I don't know what you guys remember, 2006, 2005, there was this Facebook mania. right? It was like, oh, everyone has to be on Facebook. It was also with LinkedIn, right? So at some point, the crowd will bring you there, right? If there's a momentum. Brian, what do you think?
Well, I suppose you've all heard about crossing the chasm. I mean, we're in very early adopter stage, unfortunately. We're a long, long way from mainstream. So visibility of the blockchain applications is going to be very, very low. So somebody's got to raise the awareness of it. Now, whether you're in Walmart's ecosystem or whatever, Big Pharma's ecosystem, where there may be some external pressures, as an SME, you've got to hear about blockchain or hear of the benefits, or somebody's got to raise the awareness to you. And this is where, IBCS Group, we're kind of focusing on it. People like us and Zebra, we're a Zebra partner. That's why it's really good news that we're all working together on this. It's really up to us to get it out there, get it out to our customers, get them to start using it and showing to the world all the benefits they get from it. Otherwise, it's sort of, disappear down a hole. But we need to keep the momentum going and have panels like this. But it's education, 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 and raising awareness. And that's what's going to get it to take off.
Super, thank you, Brian. Thank you. That's so good. Okay, so I think we are slowly, time is up. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining in, for putting in all this input, and for also the preparation which we spent together. I was very encouraged myself. I learned a lot throughout this time. I hope also our listeners online or in the room also have had some lesson learned and have some foods for thought. Thank you very much, and I hope we to collaborate again in the future as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Brian.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye, Brian.
Welcome back at the main stage, ladies and gentlemen. We are very glad that you stayed with us also during the third day of WOF Expo 2021. And we have another invitation for you for a following program here at the main stage, because we will be talking about sustaining rail freight along the New Silk Road. And this theme, this discussion, will be led by the CEO of New Silk Road, Ms. Zivi Liu. She will come on the stage. She was the very first speaker of our WOF Expo, and she will join us with her guests in a couple of seconds. So enjoy our discussion.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us today. I think we still have 1 or 2 minutes, so in case you're interested in the topic of sustaining rail freight along the New Silk Road, please do take a seat in the audience before us. So, are we ready? Everyone okay? Yeah. Okay. So, thank you very much for joining us today on this very interesting topic. My name is Zivi Liu, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of New Silk Road Network. Today, the topic we have is a very interesting one, which is sustaining rail freight along the New Silk Road. So, rail freight has really been one of the flagship products people talk about when referring to the New Silk Road, specifically the China-EU Express Rail. Now, another key topic that has always come hand in hand in this is really the topic of the subsidies provided by the Chinese government in order to encourage the usage of rail freight and also maintain the prices at an acceptable level. However, there has been rumors or actually official statements in the past few years that the subsidies will at one point cease to exist. Now, prior to the pandemic, we have already seen a reduction in the subsidies. However, in the last months with the pandemic, at the current price levels we are experiencing, we have already caught wind that the subsidies have already ceased at this point to exist. So evidently in the last few months, with the impact or the, let's say, the issue of capacity on sea freight and air freight, there has been a lot of new companies undertaking rail freight and discovering its benefits. Only in 2020, we have seen a 15% growth in terms of the volume transported on rail compared to 2019. However, at the same time, operators, terminals, freight forwarders alike experience problems in creating a self-sustaining yet profitable market for rail freight in the long term. Now, as several questions still need to be asked, how to make this upcoming industry more competitive in the market. And today we have on stage with us 4 panelists from various different backgrounds, companies and industries who would be able to give us some insights about this topic. So allow me to first introduce Mr. Stefan Estergalios from Metrans. He is the head of business development for the CEE market. Next to him is Mr. Thomas Langowski, who is the vice president of the board at Langowski Logistics, based in Poland. Further there we have Mr. Komora, who is currently the managing director of PKZ Slovakia and also the president of Association of Logistics and Freight Forwarding in Slovakia. And last but not least, we have Mr. Stefan Kubatz, who is the managing director of SCL, Swiss Container Line Speditions, which is a 100% daughter company of Atlantic Forwarding based in Switzerland. So these will be the panelists that are joining me today. And with that being said, let's get started with the first questions. So first of all, as all of you come from different companies and different countries, actually, would you please be able to give us a quick description of the current status quo of the development of the new Silk Road options in your country? I think we will start from, let's say, left to right. So maybe, Stefan, you can start first.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Yeah, we have seen that during the last 2, 3, maybe 4 years, we have seen heavy growth of the Silk Road. We as Metrans are active part of Silk Road movements through our partners in China. We are cooperating directly with Chinese platforms. And from year to year, we are growing with the volume which we are moving on Silk Road corridor.
Perfect. Mr. Langosi?
I'm from Poland, representing Poland, so let me tell you something about Polish market. So same situation from a couple of years. We in Poland can observe the bigger and bigger interest of New Silk Road network, New Silk Road, and traffic from China to Poland, as well as from Poland to China. I remember times like 7, 8 years ago, we'd have a big problem to convince customers to use this solution. Today, there is no such problem. We do not complain for number of orders which we received. So there we can observe the big demand for this service. So from this point of view, we cannot complain. We cannot complain, but as you already mentioned, there are a few problems which we are facing these days, and I hope there will be a chance to discuss about these problems.
Perfect. Mr. Komora.
Good evening. In Slovakia, the situation is slightly different as in Poland, and the reason of this is special geographical position of Slovak Republic and the history. Not only Slovak history, but especially history of relation between Ukraine and Russia. We can tell you that a few years before, approximately 60% of goods which have traveled from east to west through the Slovak, Polish and Hungarian border come to the European space or European territory through the Slovak border. Yes, of course, it was responsibility of steelworks in Košice, but 60% was interesting, and also all hubs on Slovakia border was ready to reload everything, and shipments could continue to the west. Now, regarding the Silk Road, we years before welcome in Bratislava first direct train from China to Slovakia. We were so lucky, but now we cannot tell that we have regular weekly trains from China. Sometimes it happens, but it's not regular. And for example, as a colleague from Metrans told, they are only one big operator which have direct trains from China to our territory. And to be honest, from approximately 5 trains per week, majority of these trains is not coming to Slovakia, but to Hamburg or to Česká Třebová or to Milano, and return back to our territory. It means Slovakia is slightly bit behind all of our colleagues, and we are here to change this situation. And I can tell that last week we finally confirmed an agreement or preparation of new support scheme based on European Union support, which could help us to change the situation of Slovak Republic, because you know, to be first place of reloading on territory of European Union is also interesting for the government and for Ministry of Finance.
Thank you very much. Stefan, would you like to give a bit of insight from both the German and Swiss market?
Thanks to be here. Hello, everybody. My name is Stefan Kubatz. I'm the MD of Swiss Container Line in Hamburg. And I have to say that the German economy is strong enough to come over this pandemic, thanks God, I have to say. There is no big difference, no big influence because of COVID. Especially in our industry, in the forwarding industry, I have to say, I'm doing this business more than 40 years, and I never had such increasing rates in my whole life. So I think, and I'm quite sure that we will have the situation still in the next year. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So I think quite a few of you mentioned that in the last couple of years, the sheer volume and number along the China-EU rail has been growing, even without the current support of subsidies. So I guess my question is, do you think this trend of growth on the rail freight side, whether it's for markets that are already a bit more advanced, such as Poland and Germany, or for new markets that are trying to still establish their foothold, like Slovakia, is the trend of growth for the rail freight here to stay even once the pandemic is over? And why would and next question would be then why? Maybe this question I would direct first to Stefan from Metrans.
Yeah. Okay. As mentioned, we have seen heavy growth not only across Europe but also in the countries like Slovakia, Hungary, Romania is growing fast, very fast. Also Serbia, what was in the past not really like the booming country. For example, for Slovakia, we have seen that since January till August this year, nearly 24% growth on the Silk Road movements. But even beside that number of very nice growth, the trains are still not directly routed to Slovakia. So we as Metrans are connecting these shipments through our hub terminals in Czech Republic, and then by feeder service moving to Slovakia or the countries like mentioned before. But yeah, coming back to your question, if there will be still demand for Silk Road movements or rail movements from China to Europe after the pandemic or after subsidies from the government will go down, we are assuring that yes. And the reason behind is that it's not only about subsidies. It's not only about some specific customers or specific commodities, but the customers really realized on the market that rail freight from China to Europe has its own place, has its own value, which it can bring to the supply chain, and even we will go down. Now we see that the rates are nearly the same as without subsidies, and the volume is still booming and growing. So yeah, of course, we are assuring that there will be still place for that.
Thank you. Mr. Komura, I think you have something to add there.
Yes. My colleague from Metrans do not want to talk something what is necessary to tell. The most important situation, except of support of the government, is possibility to overcome problems between Russia and Ukraine. And Metrans is company which did this, and they have started direct train to Slovakia. It means this is reason one of the main reasons why I think that future of Silk Road through the Slovakia is on a good way. Second one, of course, is the state government, but last one and not least is also geographical position, because we have a good relation and a good train and contacts to the Adriatic ports, and you who are working in the sea freight and rail freight know that this contact is extremely important because of necessity to return back containers, and therefore Metrans, which have connections also to the Adriatic ports, to Italy, and also to China, is good player on this part of our business.
Thank you. Thomas, from the Polish market, so you mentioned in the previous question that you saw a lot of growth as well. Of course, this is part of the impact of the pandemic, but again, the question for you, do you think the trend is here to stay after the pandemic, and why?
Well, first maybe I will also add something to the previous question about subsidies. So as we all know, subsidies, I mean, okay, Chinese trains or trains coming from China to Europe started before announcing One Belt, One Road initiative, right, by President of China. So before there were any subsidies. And I remember the times when the rate from China to Poland was on well, let's say similar level like we have these days, or maybe even lower, like $10,000 per container. And so that time, that was just the beginning, but there were some customers who were interested in this solution, even if that was not so popular and known like it is today. So today, just like my colleague from Metron said, this solution has already a stable position on the market. So it's between the ocean freight and between air freight. It's not. This is not a competition between sea freight and rail freight, or between rail freight and air freight. Just from the beginning, the definition, let's say, of the rail freight was it's cheaper than air freight and faster than ocean freight. The problem is that today the situation changed a little bit, right? So we have a very high rate. Ocean freight is maybe on the same level like rail freight. So rail freight is not more expensive than ocean freight. Sometimes it's less expensive, but the transit time is longer, right? Mm-hmm. And comparing to air freight, same. Transit time is longer, but the price also went up. So as I said, there is a position for this product on the market, mm-hmm. and there are some customers who are interested in this. The thing is, if we have the right commodity on these trains, because these days, because the freight rate is quite similar to the rail freight, we have many commodity which is previous sent by ocean, we have on the rail. And I don't think it's a good situation, because today we have a much bigger demand than supply, than this infrastructure is possible to accept. That's why we have so many problems with the trains, right? Anyway, I'm really not worried about the demand. Today, this product has the right place on the market, mm-hmm. and as I said before, we don't complain for interest. For the demand, mm-hmm. and for the new orders. So I'm pretty confident that even if the pandemic will be over, even when the subsidies will be over, there will be still customers who will be interested in this. And even if the subsidies from Chinese government are over, as we all know, there are some subsidies already from the Russian government. Who knows what will the Kazakhstan government will offer? So I'm not worried about this, actually.
Thank you, Thomas, for sharing that. Stefan, from what I understood from before, that Atlantic Forwarding is already operating on block trains from China towards Europe. Now, of course, this means you have a strong demand from your client base with your current customers. Do you see their interest sustaining after the pandemic, and what is your outlook on this then?
This is very, very hard to say today. I believe finally the cargo will find their own ways. I mean, where this fits together the price level together with the transit time. This is the most important thing, and I believe after I don't know when is the pandemic over. Is it next year? Is it maybe in 2 years? I don't know. So I have to say, I believe that after pandemic, yes, there would be a bigger portion on rail to Europe than maybe before. Yeah, I believe that, yes.
Thank you. So the next question I have actually, it has already been partially answered by our guest here, but I would just like to expand a little bit on that maybe. So can we expect subsidies from other government authorities that are active along the New Silk Road? Now, Thomas, you mentioned the Russian government already, and Mr. Komoro, you also mentioned that there is something to be put in place by the Slovakian government. So maybe, Mr. Komoro, you can just give us a little bit more insight on what the process is happening right now, and when do you think this would happen? And yeah, to what volume would this impact the Slovakian rail freight market?
Yes, there are two groups of support for combined transport shipments. One is the short term. This will be finalized till the end of this year, and the orientation will be for supporting new lines and new equipment of the operators. It means operators, especially road transport operation, which are operators which are working on the last mile of this kind of transport. And the next one will start on the middle of next year, and we hope that this will be long-term support based on similar scheme as is now in Austria done. And to be honest, we cannot lie, we try to copy the Austrian scheme, to give to our operator the same support and same conditions as are giving surrounding countries. Not to be worse than our foreign colleagues.
Thank you. And I mean, the decision for governments to provide subsidies for rail freight, I think, you know, there's many reasons behind why they would do this, and of course there's political impacts impacting these decisions. Stefan, I know you have quite a lot of contact with various Chinese platforms and operators as Metrans. So from your point of view, you know, what are the thoughts behind providing this and taking this away, and what is happening behind the scenes there?
You know, yeah, subsidies was something like the sweet cherry on the top when all of these Silk Road movement started. So it was somehow like a good marketing, or it put it on a good marketing way to attract a little bit more Silk Road movements. Now, very openly, is it really still need to have some subsidies? It depends. Or it's a point of view. We see that the whole supply chain is changing, and the change which is on the way or which is on the table is still not finished. So we expect that next year there will be still changes on the sea freight market, as the shipping lines are still this year running on the long-term contracts which was negotiated before the pandemic. Now, I think most of the big companies are waiting how the shipping lines will react to that when this period is over, and they will start negotiating again long-term contracts for the longer period. But these negotiations will be at the time when the rates are on a totally high level. So there is still, I would say, when you are comparing such kind of spot cargo on Silk Road or on sea freight, on sea freight you have totally drastic rates. On rail freight you have at least somehow stability for the rate, because you are negotiating nearly each month the rates. But now, when this period is over, everybody is waiting for that the rates will be again raised up, and all of these big players which had the contracts from the time before the pandemic will receive much more higher rates for the sea freight again. And then is it really to put some subsidies? If some of the governments are putting subsidies on Silk Road movements, I would say it's still somehow like, from the point of view of marketing, that I want to change the routing of the trains to my country. So,
Thomas, you have something to add there?
I believe I think that subsidies at the beginning was announced just to give us give some time to the train operators, to the platform companies, to the players involved in the New Silk Road to establish connections and to, correct the procedures, amend them, make them better and better. So, and I think that the subsidies was mostly announced for this reason, And it was in 2013, so it was like 8 years ago. I think we already are on this level, on this moment, when this product is already well developed, and maybe subsidies are not needed anymore. I mean, of course, there's still plenty of things to do about making this even better and better, but basically all the connections are already fixed. There are some investments on the road in different countries. New investments are announced, so I think we can be relaxed and confident that that for let's say for this product, everything is already arranged. And this is a good moment to stop the subsidies. Yes, so that's what I would like to say. And from the European Union perspective, I don't expect that European Union will offer any subsidies like Chinese government. So I don't believe that this will happen. Maybe they will help to invest, to announce some investments, like in the infrastructure. Yes, that's maybe yes, but paying money for sending cargo as a subsidies like we have in China, not really.
No, Mr. Komuro, you have something to add there.
Yes. The support of government is not similar with the Chinese one. We are copying on the Austrian system, but there is one topic which is extremely important and which could press us to repeat back to government support, and this is environment and environmental questions. And you know that one question which could increase, or one problem which could increase level of pollution is the length of the weight. It means if we will cut the rail transport for 500 or 800 kilometers, it means 800 no driving with production of the pollution. And this is the reason why we think that optimization of rail is also important part of our policy, and it have to be also supported by the government and by European Union, because it's not possible to not to spread the traffic lines all over the Europe.
And of course we have a big problem with drivers, right?
This is second important topic, but it doesn't matter to the Silk Road. It's important that we, for example, from Poland are transporting to Spain, and from Spain back to Poland. We cannot use at present really drivers, because we have big problems with a number of them, with the sleeping of these drivers, etc. Last year, the policy of European Union can completely change this situation, and this exists one solution. This is combined transport. It means to pick up by the truck the shipment, to transport it to the hub, then rail to the Spain, unload to the truck, and deliver to the place of unloading.
Yeah.
Yes, this is chance for the combined transport, as is not matter with the Silk Road.
Yeah, understood. So I know we've talked a lot about, subsidies, which is a kind of like a top-down approach. But I would also really like to ask, as for small and medium-sized enterprises and logistics companies, regardless of the subsidies, what can they do from a bottom-up level? So what is something that would be your recommendation to really contribute to the rail freight industry, regardless of the subsidies, or if they're rolled back, if they exist or not? So I think this is like, coming at this question in a different angle. Maybe I know that on the table here we have two small and medium-sized enterprise representatives. So, Thomas, you are from Langowski Logistics. What would be your opinion on this topic then?
Would you mind to?
Yeah. So, how can or should small and medium-sized logistics companies contribute to the rail freight industry, regardless of if the subsidies are rolled back or not?
Just like I said before, I think we are at this moment when we don't need to talk about subsidies anymore.
Exactly.
In terms of rail operators, platform companies, but also about in terms of small and medium enterprises. So, from my point of view, I mean, from the point of view of freight forwarders, we are never involved in the subsidies matters. I mean, we were never paid any subsidies. So for us, there is no change. Maybe okay, maybe we can expect some movement in the rates, but who knows what will happen. But this is also an issue for our customers, if they will pay more or less for the transport. Our job is to arrange the transport, and the price or the matter of rate is the matter of if our customer will accept it or not.
Yeah.
But our job is to arrange transport from point A to point B, and of course it's not so simple, but this is what we are doing. So I can tell you only what kind of extra added services companies like us can add to this service. And there are plenty of them. Our customers are medium and small size end customers, but also our customers are freight forwarders, as well as Chinese partners, Chinese agents, or even Chinese platform companies. And we can do different services for them here locally as a local agent for the first and last mile. That's including trucking, warehousing, custom clearance, etc. So, and we are doing this, yeah. For European customers, for customers from Slovakia, for example, we can arrange fiscal custom clearance, which is a big advantage. You don't need to pay any VAT, and after custom clearance, goods are delivered straight to Slovakia customers, and that's it. For warehousing, stripping containers, unloading cargo from the container and moved and cross-docking to the regular truck. Based on this, we can achieve some savings, save some money. For example, for long-distance transport by regular truck. Yeah. What else? We cannot forget about LCL cargo, so consolidated cargo on this trains. This is also a very important part of this business. So customers can transport full containers, but also single pallets. It's also an interesting solution.
Yeah. Stefan, you are from Atlantic. I reckon it's very similar.
Very similar what Thomas said. This is also for the German market the same situation, and I have to say, of course, we're also concentrating on middle-sized clients because they fit better to us than the giants, and even especially the shipping lines. They're attacking the bigger clients as well, right? So I fully agree what Thomas said.
Mr. Komora.
Here's also one group of small and medium companies which are out of our business. They are trade or production companies, and Silk Road for them is also important. Why? Because the cutting of the transit times means that they are able to have lower volumes of goods on their warehouses, and that they have less fixed money on the account, goods on the way. It means they need for the same turnover less money because of this cutting of the transit time and cutting of fixed money in this special account. And this is the reason which could support a cooperation between all of our companies and all of countries. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I think what we have taken away is that the subsidy is just only one aspect of rail freight. It's definitely, it is a topic, but it's not, let's say, everything about it. And there's so many other things that can be done and also can be improved. So within the last year and a half, as we already mentioned, there has been an increased popularity of rail freight. But what also came with it were a lot of problems. So severe congestion, imbalance of containers, complications at the borders, etc., etc. And all of these are impacting the full ecosystem of rail freight. So I guess my next question would really be, what do you see as the key challenges that need to be tackled in the near future to really maintain continuous growth of this product and people's trust in this product? Maybe Stefan from Metrans, sorry to always pick on you. You can start with this question from left to right.
No, it's okay. What we see, each part of the supply chain is facing with the same issues. Doesn't matter if you are going by ship, by rail, or by air. All the time you have the same issues, or nearly the same issues. Where we see a big potential for the growth is that not to bring more and more connections between China and Europe. I mean, new places, new train connections, but use the existing ones, which are already approved, which showed to the market that there is importance for that connections, and develop this kind of already running connections. I mean that on the other hand, also where we see a huge potential for the development in the future, once all the infrastructures will finish their reconstruction works, then it will again help to the rail network within Europe to speed up, to move again faster, and be again reliable partner for that kind of movements. What, on the other hand, we are not able to influence is the cargo flow. We still see, after so many years of movements, that eastbound or westbound, all the time you have not balanced cargo flow. So, and this is really a huge, or this makes huge impacts on the transit times. What we can see nowadays, for example, there is a huge demand for import movements from China to Europe, but the export movement from Europe to China is still not growing. The reason is simple. Sea freight rates are still, for the export movements, very low, and everybody is, when he's exporting his cargo from European Union to China, for them, the price is one of the key factors. Shipping lines are supporting them because they are happy to see the containers are going back to China. They see that at least a part of the ship can be put it with loaded containers, and somehow it's covering their costs. And this is a huge issue, I would say.
I mean, then for the rail carriers, obviously, they also then have the same, I would say, thought that it would still be of benefit for the containers to move backwards. So
I can say very openly that now we are moving daily import train from China to our network, which is within 6 countries, or our network of Metrans is covering actually 6 countries of Europe. And now we have each day an incoming train from China to Polish borders, to Malaszewice, and then we are spreading it through our network. All of them are fully loaded with loaded containers, but on the export side, even we need to rotate the rail cars back to be able to move and reload, but the volume which we are moving is only for 2 trains.
So the cost-wise, the cost of doing this is much higher than on ocean freight. So
exactly.
It's such a difficult question.
But you know, this is our part of the job, like rail operator. We need to make and find the best possible way how to manage it, and to show to the customers that we are taking care in the round trips of the trains, of the cargo, so they don't need to be afraid of that, okay, what will happen on my export shipments, because you have no enough rail cars. this is our part of the job. We are facing with it. We are moving it successfully, and we are keeping it to keep the Silk Road movements on a very high service level, and not to show to anybody that the easiest way will be to able to say, sorry, we are not sending any cargo to Polish borders because there is not enough cargo for the whole train. But this is not the way how we are acting. Everybody need to see and need to be aware of the whole supply chain. Somewhere you need to invest to be successful on the other side. So.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I guess I will direct the speech to maybe the other Stefan sitting on the other side. So in your opinion, what are the key challenges to be tackled in the near future for continuous growth on rail? What problems do you see that are also pressing that need to be solved?
First of all, I think we need export on rail back to China because, first of all, the equipment has to go back, that we can bring back westbound business to Europe again. So I believe that we need, of course, we need reasonable price level on the export railway to compete to sea freight, of course. But in any case, we have a big advantage because of transit time. As long we can solve our problems on the rail. Because we talk about the problems we have in the moment. There's congestion on the borders, and I'm expecting also congestion on the borders when we use the rail to China. Same situation when we're coming to countries like Ukraine or something like that. They have a hobby. The hobby means we will control all what's coming through our countries. That means there must be some influence from the politics. We have to go to Mr. Lukashenko and say, listen, you must support. This is for sure.
Thomas.
Hello. Okay. What I want to say. The unbalance between import and export between China and Europe was always a problem, was always the issue. If you look at the ocean market, this was always an issue. So there was always bigger inbound than westbound than eastbound, right? Before pandemic, as far as I know, there was a balance on the rail freight, actually on the New Silk Road. So there were, if I spoke with some platform companies, they didn't complain about the number of trains for westbound and eastbound. Maybe it was not equal, but they didn't have any problem to keep the balance. After the pandemic started, you know, we have a lot of much more import from China for personal protection equipment and many other goods which are connected with pandemic. So this balance was unfortunately stopped, and right now I think we need to, and sooner or later we should expect balance again when the situation will be back to normal. But this is one thing, and the other thing is, just like I said before, a train from China or the rail freight solution on the New Silk Road was faster than ocean, right, and cheaper than air freight. It's still cheaper than air freight, but this advantage of transit time comparing to ocean, we lost it somehow, right? Today we can forget about transit time with 2 weeks from China to Poland. It's much longer, almost 1 month. And so it's quite similar to the ocean. So we need to do everything to return to this situation when the transit time was much faster, to keep this advantage running.
What do you think are the key, let's say, points to tackle to return this balance then? Is it just something that would fall back after the pandemic, or which aspects would you say we could make more efficient?
Investments, infrastructure. This is most important because you know the rail freight from China is the victim of its own success. So I think no one was expecting such boom with this service. So the infrastructure is not ready. It's not ready. I mean, there are some investments already announced or finished, but it's still not enough. We need to invest more. I mean, our governments on the way on the New Silk Road, they need to invest in the point line infrastructure in the railways, and then the point infrastructure terminals. Okay, this can be done by the private companies, and I'm not worried about this. The most important is investments in the railways, in the new connections, new railways, yes, on these existing routes. Then, of course, we can for example, if we talk about Poland, there is not only Malaszewice-Brest cross-border. There are plenty of other cross-borders which we can use. And it's already announced. And soon we could expect that the trains will go another way than Malaszewice, and this should help. This should help to reduce the bottleneck which we have right now, and let's say save some time, so we could wait for these big investments which are also already announced. You know, like 4 years ago, I was on the event in Warsaw, Hafenabend, arranged by the Port of Hamburg, and I met the top management of PKP and PLK, so it's our state-owned national rail operator and a company who is responsible for the railway, and for the railways. And I asked the question, gentlemen, why we all can already observe the problem in Malaszewice, the bottlenecks. So why there are no investment announced? And they said that, but how can be sure that these trains from China will be running all the time? We are not sure. So how we could, why you are expecting from us investments in billions of Polish zloty or euro if we are not sure about that? So. And thanks God, the way of thinking changed, and and today we heard about a big investment. For example, in Malaszewice, investment in the railways for €1 billion, and we are waiting for this. After this investment, we could accept much longer trains and much heavier trains, and also this should help to reduce the bottleneck in Malaszewice. But as I said, there are Malaszewice and other cross borders which can be used. So in terms of Poland, we have some ideas, solutions, which should work and should help.
I think this is a point of discussion because quite a few are interested in jumping on this. Stefan, I will come to you. Mr. Komora, you raised your hand first, so if you want to take
Okay, I will only add one information that it is not necessary to load containers directly in central Slovakia. We could send empty containers to Ukraine, and Ukraine have a lot of products which are interesting on the Chinese market. This is first question, and regarding this risk for the future, it's absolutely true that it could be risky for all of us, for Polish friends and for us too, because as I read 2-3 years before, previous Afghanistan government told that they will build up their railways. They have nearly no railways in Afghanistan, and they will build up these railways on the base of European technology. It means gauge of Europe. It means we will have between China and Europe one line which is completely one gauge. It means no reloading on China's-Kazakhstan border, no reloading of containers on Slovak-Ukrainian borders. This could be a risk for us, but on the other side, of course, it's a little bit longer away, but on the other side, this is good for a new product, which will be maybe 2 days shorter transit times, and this could change the situation on the market again. It means I will only confirm that yes, it was told properly.
Yeah. Stefan, you had something to add.
Yeah, I was listening, Tomáš, and what from our point of view is still missing is that European countries are not acting as one. So it was exactly showed that Poland is investing huge amount of money to make the terminal bigger, but there are already existing terminals, for example, in Slovakia, where trains are not coming. But we need to see and we need to understand the thinking of Chinese people. They see that there is only one route through Poland to European Union. Until they change their mind, it takes too long. So the volume is growing, and they all the time just see that, okay, here is one route through Poland coming to European Union. For example, from our point of view, from Metrans' point of view, the discussions with our Chinese partners, with Chinese platforms, to route at least some of the trains through Ukraine, through Slovakia, takes nearly 2 years till they decided and till they mentioned, okay, we will send at least some of the trains through Ukraine and to use that way. But as mentioned, there is acting some kind of institute who is acting as one, and to show that there are already existing network which you can use. We see that Chinese are already trying to come to Europe through the South line, so through Turkey and again up to Europe. So they are trying to find some ways how to avoid such kind of things and how to make again Silk Road popular and fancy. But it seems there is something missing in between.
Thomas, you had something to add or counter?
Yeah, I mean, from the Polish point of view, we don't mind. Every train can go via Poland. So, but no, this is such big cake, but there will be a piece for everyone, I think. Maybe we as a countries from the European Union, should cooperate together to convince Chinese to use our passages, our countries for these trains, also as a transit countries, because what we can see, okay, Russians are also a big player in this on this new Silk Road, right? So they also are deciding where the trains are going and where not. So I believe that the issue with Ukraine is connected with Russia, of course, with the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. From Polish perspective, we are also interested to send trains via Ukraine, because we have a very nice terminal in Slavkov with the access of the Russian gauge railways. So we are also interested in that. But we can see as a Poland, we can see the bigger and bigger amount of trains which are going via Kaliningrad. So I don't believe this is a good solution for Poland and for the European Union, for our countries in the Central Europe, because we are not even a transit country. We are not even we cannot talk about Poland or Slovakia or Central Europe as a logistic hub, because if the trains will go via Kaliningrad, then we are not even a transit country, right? So we need to think about that, if this is the right way, or what we should do to again send this train via our countries. So maybe basically that's what I wanted to add.
Exactly. This is like Tomáš mentioned, that we need to act as a one. So and now we are acting everybody, and at the end of the game, it can be easily done that no one of our countries will be used as a transit, because they will choose Kaliningrad, and then even Poland and Slovakia will just see that, okay, the trains are not passing our territory and they are just using other way. So.
But I think, it's really it's again, then this goes back to kind of like the typical image of the European Union, that there's so many different countries with different interests that it's very hard to have one voice in terms of developing these. And I think this transits quite nicely to my last question, which I think will also be the last. So we also have some time to answer the questions on the screen. Is that there is a very fine line between having, let's say, a lot of hubs versus having the right hubs. And I think at the moment there are a lot of cities waving the flag of the new Silk Road and saying, hey, we are becoming a new Silk Road hub. But then at the same time, you also say, you know, there's so many points that are having congestion that they cannot digest. So I guess the last question is, you know, what is your opinion about, you know, the right logic to develop the correct hub and spoke system for the rail product?
I think I already touched somehow this question, because I mentioned that there are coming new and new incomers who are sending trains, receiving trains, but these are somehow like short time period projects. So they are sending one train, huge marketing behind it, and then you never see again the train. And okay, maybe it will not use the right wording for that, but they are just blocking the trains on the route, which are regular trains. So if all of involved parties are considering the routings which are already tested, the terminals which are already working, and they showed that there are other connections, for example, from Slovakia, how to go to Hungary, to Austria, to Germany, to Poland, then it's not really necessary to block with some other trying trains if it's work or not works. So we should concentrate on the network of terminals which are already placed, which are already working, and not just using and trying something new and something new.
Yeah. Thank you very much. For this question, do any of you have anything to add specifically?
Only to the last topic, that exists also another kind of hub, and like close to the Žilina, close to this big production plant of Kia, and this hub could accept complete train of containers from Korea, for example. It means there exists other kind of hub which could be built in case that the customer will need it. It means we cannot block it.
Yeah. Thomas?
Yes, so from my perspective, I believe that I fully agree with my colleagues. So we should basically focus on the existing connections. We heard about some new connection announced. One train goes, and then there is nothing more. So, and just like you said, it's blocking the space for the regular trains. Let's face it, the current infrastructure, the liner infrastructure, railways, is not ready to accept more and more trains, unlimited number. There is some capacity, and we need to, check what kind of capacity we have and how many trains we can run. So I'm sorry, but from my perspective, I'm not sure if Chinese, let's say, government or Chinese companies are controlling this actually. Okay, they are sending more and more trains because maybe they still are trying to get more and more subsidies or earn more money, but at the end of the day, we are losing the quality. We are losing this advantage which we had comparing to ocean freight, for example. So this is not the right way. The other thing is, just like we have in the European Union, different countries which sometimes cooperate with each other, but sometimes there are competition. I think the similar situation are in China with the provinces, which are also competition for each other, yeah, and trying to get more cargo from today's province or send more trains than the other province. So, and this is a strategy when there is no control about the volume, the capacity, and now we have situation like we have right now, bottlenecks, congestions, and so on. So we need to do something. Of course, investment in the infrastructure, in the point and line infrastructure. This is important, but we need some time to finish this investment. So what we should do during this time.
I want to only confirm it that we did not discuss question of overcrowded infrastructure for railway. I think colleagues from Germany do have experience, especially Port of Hamburg, with this. It means, yes, there is one issue which could make us problem in the future, and we have to be also solved with the support of the government, and this is infrastructure and the capacity of infrastructure for our industry.
Thank you very much. And I think, yeah, thank you. We have had quite a long discussion here and a very interesting discussion. We have around 15 minutes left, so I would just like to maybe go through a few of the questions that are on the screen, and if anyone below has some additional questions, perhaps we can, our panelists would be interested in addressing them after this session. So the first question, instead of subsidies, we should discuss higher demand above the existing capacity. Any plans of Chinese government to increase it? Any one of you would like to take this question, since it has not been directed to a specific person?
From Slovakia's side, we can tell that, yes, our government in the past did not give enough money, and it was visible on our discussion at the beginning of this conference and this event, which we have on another stage, that in comparison with surrounding countries, till the 2017 year, the government gave less money than other countries, less money. Now they are trying to do all the best to repair it, but this is not like, it's not so easy to do it, because if you did not repair for many years the railway, and if you do not build up, it is not possible to start on 25 places reconstruction or improving of the speed. You are able to block or to decrease the speed only on 2, 4, 3 places to rebuild the railway and then postpone to another place. It means this could be really, really big problem. But the government is now working on this, and they promise that they will support it. It was visible on the newspaper also. And regarding capacity, good luck, we was not in situation like colleagues from Czech Republic on railway between Praha and Česká Třebová, and the colleague from Germany with railway from Hamburg when was completely blocked. We are building, we are improving speed on the rail. We are trying to transport longer train. It means the railway station have to be slightly changed, because our length of our railway station is extremely short in comparison with the other countries. This means we are working on it, and I hope the speed of rebuilding and repairing of the highway or reconstruction will be higher in the future.
Thomas, you have something to add to this topic?
Yes, I would like to answer this question, if you don't mind. So.
Yeah.
We don't have any representation of Chinese government here, so hard for me to say what are their plans are. But okay, maybe I'm the wrong optimistic person, but I think we don't need to worry about the demand or the number of commodity which could be transported by trains. We already have regular customers who are convinced that this is the right solution for them, and if the pandemic will be over, if the subsidies will be over, we don't know on which level the rates will be fixed. But I think there will be still a number of customers who would like to use this service. Let's point, for example, e-commerce. This solution is just the perfect solution for e-commerce business, right? So, and we can see how e-commerce is growing. There's a huge boom for e-commerce. So we can expect that there will be enough demand to fulfill the current capacity which we have in the moment. Based on the investments which are already announced, capacity will be bigger and bigger, but we also can expect much bigger demand. So that's my point of view. And I don't think that Chinese government at this moment need to be involved a lot in this product. It's already, it's already well established product on the market.
Maybe from my point of view, on this topic we can exactly see which countries are well-developed political connections with China and which not. For example, we see how Chinese are investing in Serbia. They are nearly fully reconstructing their rail infrastructure. We see how Chinese are putting money or development to Hungary. So really these countries and these political connections in behind, we can see that also Chinese government is thinking ahead, and they see that the new potential markets which are coming for them are Balkan countries, South Europe, and they are investing already a lot of money to these countries to develop them, to develop their infrastructure, their seaports, everything. So, yeah, I think already these plans already started and they are already running it.
Thank you very much. So we have around 10 minutes left. Hopefully we can get through maybe 2 of the remaining questions. So let's see. So the potential growth in demand for rail freight in the V4 region. I guess this is a if we know, yes or no question. So anyone would like to pick this up? Or maybe we
should
can...
be answered by the domestic partners here.
I have the sheet with the figures, but I do not know the percentage. But these figures do not make me happy.
Okay, maybe it's a topic for further discussion then. The remaining 2 questions, Mr. Estergalios. What are the public network development plans of Metrans in our region, which I assume our region is the one we are sitting in right now? And will Chinese trains call new terminals?
Yeah, this is maybe a question. What does it mean, the public network? Public network from our point of view is totally different than the public network from the market point of view. We as company Metrans have actually running 17 container terminals, which are not public. That means that we are visiting them by our own trains. They are reserved for our own trains. Of course, we are visiting also other terminals, not only Metrans terminals. We have connections there, and yeah, this is the first part of the question. And will Chinese trains call new terminals? We are working again on Dunajska Streda connection through Ukraine. Actually, there was already announced for October that we will receive 4 trains coming from China through Ukraine to Dunajska Streda. But again, there is COVID, and we have seen that on the border crossing between China and Kazakhstan, there was catched 2 non-symptomatic COVID guys. So the trains will be postponed, but we are prepared. We are ready to have more trains and more new connections in our network, but everything depends on the situation which will be on the market.
Yeah. I think this question also slightly touches on the next question, which is directed to Mr. Komora. So what is the situation on the Ukrainian-Slovakian border? Connection is live or okay for transit, especially intermodal trains? So I think Mr. Escher, Stefan here slightly answered it for you, but maybe you want to add?
He can answer also because Metrans have fresh information about situation on Ukraine-Slovak border, but to be honest, this is not major problem for Silk Road.
Yeah.
Our problem for Silk Road is relation between Russia and Ukraine and the problems from the past regarding the wagons and no returning of wagons and big damages between the railways operators on Ukraine and Russia. Regarding the Slovak-Ukrainian border, we feel as a bigger problem. It means we, as the Association of Logistics and Freight Forwarding, the problems which are given to the road transport. And now we are trying to change all this situation to start this regular transport. And regarding the rail transport or lane border, biggest problem is on the business side and on the side, as I told, Russia, Ukraine. This is problem. And what was else? Intermodal train. Yeah, I think we will be able to transport more and more trains without any necessary or big investments to the infrastructure.
Thank you. So the last question, I think, is which we will be able to address today is: do you consider the middle corridor between China and Europe, passing through Baku, Tbilisi, and Istanbul, as an alternative to the North Corridor? Now, this southern corridor or middle corridor, depending on who we are talking to, has definitely been of interest, and I see our friends from Turkey there smiling, so maybe this question is very of interest to you. I guess, which one of you would like to maybe address this question? Okay, Stefan, you raise your hand.
Yeah, we see a demand for that corridor from especially from our Chinese platforms, and at the same time we are working again on the connection between Turkey and the network of Metrans. But due to the situation, the pandemic situation, the negotiations taking much more longer than we have seen in the past. But we are preparing ourselves for that. So everybody is expecting that by the next year there should be again running this Istanbul, Europe trains of Metrans. But all the details will be announced later to the market.
Mr. Kumar, you wanted to add something?
And for the friends from Turkey, there is another possibility. This is China, Afghanistan, Iran, Turkey, Europe. This is line without any reloading from the vessel or to the vessel, any reloading from the one system of railway to another. It means one train or one wagon from China to the central of Europe. This is chance. It's necessary to check it, and it's necessary to press to the politician, and of course to start to negotiate with the new government in Afghanistan, which could be a problem.
Thank you very much. Thomas, you wanted to add something?
Yes, first of all, I would like to apologize because I just realized that I understood the previous question which I answered in the wrong way, so it was not about demand but capacity, but I'm sorry for that.
No problem.
Anyway, I just want to add to this middle of South Corridor, depends how you name it, but it's in the Polish perspective, in the Polish point of view, it's also interesting for us because there are different models of this corridor, and one of the models was going from Tbilisi, as far as I remember, to Odessa, then to Slavkov. The most important thing is that this solution is to completely omit Russia and Russian embargo. So from this perspective, of course, President Putin agreed to transit of embargo goods via Russian territory, but still this solution is omitting Russia, so Russia has no rather influence on this corridor, which I think could be a kind of advantage, right? Russians are, of course, very interested to keep the trains running via their territory, but this is completely different solution, much more complicated, more transshipments involved, so not easy, but keeping finger crossed for this, because it's always good to have few options.
Yeah. Thank you very much. And I think we've basically run out of time. And I would like to say thank you very much to the wonderful panelists for joining us on this discussion today. Maybe give them a round of applause for the information and insights.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think they will be maybe around here, so if any of you have some questions for them, please do feel free to approach them individually after the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, in front of us are the very last panel discussions of third day of WOF Expo 2021. We would like to also warmly invite you for our two last panel discussions. The last panel discussion here at the main stage will be talking about the digital transformation, what has really happened. It will start in less than 15 minutes here on the main stage, and also we have one more panel discussion about e-mobility at the innovation stage. It will be in a Slovak language, but you are also warmly invited to watch the other panel discussion during the last day of WOF Expo 2021. So let's enjoy the last moments in here, and I hope you will enjoy the last panel discussion of this day. So have a nice time in here. Well, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, we will have two last panel discussions at the last day of WOF Expo 2021, and they will take place in innovation stage and in the main stage. And here at the main stage, the topic will be about digital transformation, what has really happened. So I hope you will enjoy this last panel discussion, which will start really in a few minutes. So take your seat shortly and enjoy the last moments of WOF Expo, World of Freight Expo 2021.
Yes? No. Hello. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Very glad you all stayed. This is the last panel of a very exciting week. There has been a lot of content. We go back to digitalization of freight, and we want to look a bit at what really happened in terms of digital transformation. We're talking about it since a very long time. It's now probably the fifth year that we're talking in this third wave of digitalization. If we look at it as waves, the first one was probably at the 90s towards the 2000 when the first internet companies came and also tried to digitalize freight. We later had a second round when companies like Intra and like CargoSmart were established, and we had a further round of digitalization which started in 2014, 2015, and this is the one that we are still in. Some things probably have moved a lot slower than we would have thought, and we want to see a bit what was really delivered, what is there, and what is coming, and what's the time frame that we're looking at for the future. Before I introduce you the panelists, a quick background for myself, and that you know who is here. My name is Ruben Huber. I'm running a network for ocean freight-focused logistics companies, many of which are NVOCCs and others that are trying to reinvent the game. We're bringing people together in order to innovate the space a bit and to be a bit a place of ideas and also a bit of a think tank for the industry. We have 127 members in 80 countries today, and if you want to learn more about the network, just feel free to reach out to me after the presentations. we also issued a book lately together with 30 experts of the industry on the transformation, on what is happening from different angles. I'm looking more at the forwarding side of things, a highly recommended read. So let's go to the panelists that we have today. I will give everybody the brief opportunity to introduce themselves and what they're doing. We are very lucky today. We have a few guys that are very at the forefront of technology. We have Dr. Igor Yakomin, the head of co-CEO of CargoX, which are digitalizing the bill of lading and a lot of other document flows. We have Martin Zarcecki from Quotis in Poland. We have Julian Chapus from O-Cargo in France. And we have Tobias Pisal from our member Transauriga, which is a very innovative freight forwarder. So we have different perspectives on the subject that we're talking about. And I'll give everybody a chance to quickly introduce themselves. Igor, please.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm coming from the company CargoX. It's a company, as Ruben said, involved in the blockchain development. We started 2018 with the mission to digitalize the bill of lading. We started with to develop it on a blockchain, public blockchain, concrete Ethereum network, which was and it is still the biggest public blockchain network in the world. In the years of development, we switch a little bit out of the bill of lading to other segments as well, but later on something about that. When we started the idea, of course we were aware that it will be difficult to succeed with the carriers, so we presented and start speaking, presenting and convincing also the NVOCCs, where we have some of them on board right now. But in the meantime, as I said, we switched to other things, which I will just show briefly in the next slide. What was the biggest problem in our 4 years of development? It was the approval of the P&I clubs. You have to know that more than 90% of the cargo which is going up and down the globe is anyway insured by the P&I clubs, and without their approval it's not possible to have any kind of discussion with the carriers about the bill of lading. We started this project in 2019 after let's say a big debate with one of the biggest NVOCCs in the world, and we finally succeeded a year and a half after that. I can say that we are very proud of that. We are one of the 7 countries in the world have the approval of the international group of P&I clubs. As well, we are right now in discussion with the biggest groups of banking associations like Contour, like Marco Polo and China Systems. So in very short time we will get the approval of all 3 groups of banking association. What we are doing right now we are servicing as a service provider the Egyptian government in the field of advanced cargo information. So from the 1st of October on, you are obliged to use our platform for present all the needed document for an import to Egypt. We are speaking about the invoice, we are speaking about draft bill of lading, certificate of origin, packing list, and other certificates. That's the beginning where we started also collaborate with the governments. We are offering, or we are now in pilot phase, but it will be very soon also a possibility not just for exporters, but also for the freight forwarders. And last but not least, we are also right now involved in the proof of concept with FIATA, with the International Forwarding Association, and we are one of the 7 digital providers for their bill of lading. That's for the short beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Igor. I would like to introduce Martin. Can you tell us a bit about your background and the background of Quoteez, please?
Hello, it's Marcin. I worked for 12 years for Maersk Line in Poland, Belgium, Russia, and then Kenya. Mostly I liked it, but what I hated was quoting and the pricing part. And this is the background why we started Quoteez 4 years ago. And Quoteez is the tool for the freight forwarders to manage tariffs and to do the quotations to the clients. We are a young company. We have clients in Poland where we started, but also in Singapore, China. Just this week we signed up someone in Chile. It's growing fine, but then we'll talk about challenges in getting really, really bigger later on, I believe.
Okay, thank you very much. Julien, please introduce yourself and tell us a bit about OCargo.
Yes. Hello, I'm Julien. I worked for MSC, so the ocean carrier, and a bit like Martin, I saw how complicated it was to communicate the rates. That's how I decided to create OCargo. And at OCargo, we help freight forwarders who are struggling to gather all their ocean rates from the rate sheets and as well from the websites now, who started a couple of years ago. We help them to visualize all their ocean offers in one single screen so that they can quote and book faster with always the best fitting offer.
Okay, thank you very much. I think you're already here now. We already have multiple people which were frustrated on the carrier side and wanted to digitalize the industry. That's where we're starting, which is a very good point. We come back to carriers later and the complexities that we have with them. Tobias, please tell us a bit about Transauriga and your background.
Thank you, Ruben. Yeah, Transauriga is a very small forwarder focused mainly on customer needs. So customer came to us and have a problem, and we try to arrange or just build up a solution for them. So I think it's nearly the normal way a forwarder has to act, but we say it's customer focusing. So we build also solutions around the transports. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, I would like to start the discussion a bit with really looking a bit at these 5 years of this third wave of digitalization and where do we actually stand. I mean, we have been talking about certain things since a long time. We can maybe start on the documentation side, where we've been talking about paperless processes, like e-bill of ladings, all kinds of things which are not old. It's subjects that we're talking since 5 to 15 to 20 years, and we are still talking about them. So maybe we kick off with Igor, whose background is more on the document side and trying to get them into the digital world. What were the difficulties? Why are we still not where we thought we could be so fast?
If we are looking to the bill of lading as this document, I think that the first initiative started 25 years approximately, but the biggest challenge was all the time the trust. So the trust towards physical, towards the digital. That was the biggest challenge, which is still alive, because still a lot of people don't believe to the technology that is 100% secure. That was the reason that we decided, one of the reasons why we decided to go to the blockchain is the security and transparency. Also, we from our experience, we said we need a technology which will be neutral. So that was another reason why we went for the public blockchain, and that's all the, let's say, the elements why the digital world is still not 100% with us in the business today. If you are asking where we are, where we are, and where we will be, 25 years of development, I think that in 5 years it will be much more than it was done in the last 25.
Okay.
But, there is always a but, if all the stakeholders will not be connected together, if they will not speak the same language, then it will be another 250 years, not 25.
You just took all this hope away that you gave us just now. Okay, but I think we already hear out of your thoughts as well that the challenge in transformation is more about people than it is about technology, because a lot of the technologies are available since a long time. Huh? I don't know, maybe Martin, tell us how you see it. What has happened? I mean, Quotis is now 5-6 years old.
No, nearly 5.
Yeah, nearly 5. So you exactly started when this wave started, and.
But I extremely agree with Igor that if there is no common language between all the stakeholders, then that digitalization will take 250 or more years. And talking from my perspective, like the quoting and rate management tool, I mean, like we can do whatever. But then if CMA and Maersk start the spot quoting tool, but they have completely different standards or the business case, let's say, then it's difficult to digitize even this, what's going on right now. Mm-hmm. And recently what we had a challenge with Maersk Spot. Like, okay, the first carrier who announced Maersk Spot, like API and so on, fine, we can connect it. But then the Gdansk port stopped working. You cannot get rates to Gdansk from Gdansk. Why not? Because Maersk decided to use internal RKST codes, whatever it is, not law codes, and then, you know, the whole engine couldn't work. And then within one company, we have inconsistency. But then if you compare it to the CMA, different approach, different structure of the race, different split of origin, ocean, and destination charges. And again, even though there's DSA committee and then talking for a couple of years, still lack of standards is something that should be standardized from the very beginning. And actually, like if this starts with the carriers, then it's carried on later on for the freight forwarders who also need own standards and so on and so on. So I think the biggest sin of our industry, of the carriers starting with then the freight forwarders, even our companies, is that there's lack of standards, and this is the key. And this is the reason why there is no real standardization.
Okay, lack of standards, but maybe also in some cases a case of wrong standards. Huh? I mean, if we come to UN log codes, I mean, there is one for Shanghai, but there is 4 ports in up to 100-kilometer distances, and you can't land your drone on a UN log code. Huh? And if we look a bit towards the future, huh? But maybe Julia, can you elaborate a bit? How is the connectivity with carriers? I mean, that's of course essential. How many carriers do have an API today for rates?
Yeah. I would like to bring some optimism as well in
I
this
like
area.
that part. Thank you.
At this stage, because in the last 5 years, as you mentioned, the big change in the ocean industry, I am specialized in ocean industry, is that online quotes started, and it did not exist in the past. So that's like a big bang in the ocean transport. So that the good news are we have online rates. The bad news, you're right, Martin, is that we do not have standardized codes and codification, but this may come in the future. To answer your questions, in terms of connectivity, you have today 2 ways of communicating the rates online, the API or the website. Most of the carriers decided to start with a website. So with the website today you have Maersk, MSC, CMA, COSCO, One or Oni, depending on how you want to call it. Well, most of them, Evergreen, Zim, I think
websites almost everybody has
almost
now,
everybody, but not everybody. Yangming, I would say, does not have, for example. So it's not everybody in the top 10 carriers, but almost everybody. Regarding APIs, today's Maersk, CMA, and Evergreen have an API, and the other carriers do not have an API. And what is interesting is that they do not say they will have. It's like could be a strategy not to have an API, which is quite interesting in our world, in our industry, where APIs, you mentioned connectivity, should be the future, should be the rule, and it's not even announced. So
I mean, it's cutting in very well with what we discussed here yesterday when we had also a digitalization panel. We were talking a bit about this difference between business to business and business to consumer. And a lot of the developments in our industry have come from this business to consumer image, where there needs to be an interface for the customer where the customer deals with, which then is a website or an online form or an online portal or whatever, which a human has to deal with. Huh? I always say in a business to business world, we we don't need an interface like that because actually you already have a system. And maybe this is something where I can bring Tobias in because the guys at Transauriga made a very interesting analysis a bit of how their world has changed and what their IT infrastructure looks like with how many different systems they have to deal with. Because if you actually end up having to self-serve from certain of your service providers now, you every time need to enter another person's web portal. And as Julian elaborated, you have carriers where you need to log in to get your rate, where you have to log in to do your bill of lading instructions. And then if you work with 4 carriers, you have 4 logins. Maybe, Tobias, you can tell us a bit about the daily fights and struggles that are there thanks to digitalization and self-service.
Yeah, the problem is, we have some systems, they communicate with each other, but the most systems are, they are not connected. There are single source systems, and we have to see in our daily work, do we need it? Or do we need it not? But mostly when we just book at the carrier, at an intermodal operator, whatever, they force us to use their tools, their platforms. And the problem is to link these 2 tools is not so easy as it seems. So we have to do the most work manually, doubled, 4th times. So if we can reduce this number you see on the slide, this number of platforms and tools, and combine it into one tool or one tool which has the plug-in points, so it would be much more efficient. So I think we can spend 40% of our daily work.
So we're in a very cumbersome kind of situation now where there is a lot of solutions, but they are very fragmented, bringing the picture together, forming one big image out of this is still hard. Maybe I want to come back a bit to these standards and to this kind of common language that you were mentioning earlier. I mean, there are standards. There is maybe even too many. There is organizations like GS1 which do standards for retail in the supply chain. There is UNCTAD that is doing standards since many years that do the UN log codes. There is organizations like EDI3.org and others that try to really build common standards for things. It feels a bit like it's about picking one instead of actually waiting for one, because we have quite a lot. Where do you see that going? I mean, we're in year number 3 of the Digital Container Shipping Association. We have quite a few people around, and I mean, you guys digitalize the bill of lading. There is only that many different fields in a bill of lading. It's not rocket science, right? We talk about actually something simple where probably the human being is again in the center of the problem. Maybe Igor can start with that.
Yeah, you're correct. There are a lot of institutions and associations trying to do this, some kind of, let's say, common language in the shipping world. If I'm looking from the perspective where we are involved, there is a lot of initiatives also for the common blockchain system. As if I made a comparison with our competitors. I said 7 companies in the world right now have the approval from P&I clubs. 2 are not on the blockchain. 2 are on the private blockchain, and 3 of us, 2 are on public, and 1 is on a hybrid. So between something in between public and private. So how can we, let's say, discuss together that someone who issuing the bill of lading is sending through CargoX platform to the consignee, and the consignee is not using CargoX but is using one of the competitors? Impossible. So definitely in the blockchain world there is a need for this so-called interoperability, where the different blockchains will be able to speak the same language, perfectly speak the same language, not just accepting few data or few things, but perfectly speaking, perfect match. That is, from my point of view, ideal solution.
Okay.
When it will come, it's very difficult because there are initiatives. Maybe the most advanced in this sense is the World Economic Forum, where they made a lot of efforts, prepared a lot of initiatives, but we are still at, let's say, we all just started. It's a lot things to do. It's a long way to achieve.
Okay, let's make the picture a bit smaller and focus on these carriers, okay? Where let's take rate data, because we have 2 rate engines here, and we have Tobias struggling with quotations every day and comparing and listing and whatever. Okay, so carriers all have different standards in sending this information. In a normal world, standards come from 2 sides. Either a market leader is defining it, or is more or less everybody follows that market leader, or authorities or whatever issue some kind of a standard. In our industry, somehow everybody seems to wait. There was INTRA as an initiative, there is DCSA as an initiative, but maybe what Igor just said about interoperability, there is also some people that are not keen on having that interoperability. We see that in the IoT sector, for example, because if people have a good solution, they don't want to be interoperable with their competitor. They want the customer to pick theirs. And I don't know, maybe I would very much like to hear your views on that. Julien and Marcin, maybe start with Julien, please.
Okay. Personally, in the ocean world of containers, I do not see on the short term a rule coming from, you say, a market leader or some association, because you have 10 major carriers. They work very independently. Well, maybe sometimes they agree, but their focus is, especially now, to have the vessel, the capacity. They are focused on the long term, is to fit the market and be focused on their core business, which is having ships and full ships. And this question of digitalization, even of the whole and standards, I think when I talk to them is really, it will come when they will be forced to, and there is no authority in this world because they are very international. So they are not governed by a region or by a...
Yeah. But then, Marcin, now it's your role to try to give us some hope, because that was more the pessimistic side of it. There is no hope. We're back to the 250 years that we will transition to a digital world. The guys in air freight have managed that some time back because they had it a bit easier probably with their rating structure and everything. But tell us a bit, your view.
Yeah, the air freight and the LCL business is quite already standardized in terms of the rates and the way the rates are presented towards towards freight forwarders, and how freight forwarders present the rates to their customers. But in the ocean part for FCLs, there are carriers to blame who have different standards, but there are forwarders to blame who want to receive the rates in certain standards or formats, and then there are customers to blame. One lady wants to see all local charges grouped, one another wants to have split, one wants to have all in, one in this currency and other currency. So like all parties a little bit to blame. But I still think that the carriers have the responsibility and the power to introduce the standards, because then the rest will have to follow. Like they are the biggest, there are only 10. There are 50,000 freight forwarders and probably 5 million or more shippers and consignees. So I cross fingers still, even though I am skeptical about this standardization initiative, but I think it's the only way to make it really right.
But what do we do in the meantime? In the meantime, everybody is translating for themselves. You have your standard probably in-house where you translate to, and then you give it out in the standard of that what your customer wants. So we're translating around quite a lot of data points, and it's actually how many different data points are there? It's not that many in our industry.
Like QUOTIS stands for, KISS principle, keep it simple and stupid, and QUOTIS is quoted simple stupid, or quoted short and simple. And our big bet was to simplify the tariffs from the carrier side. Okay, they are too big to talk to us, but from the forwarders side. And our still offer in the market is to simplify, like just get rid of all little, half euros and 10 cents here and there. Just make it simpler and easier. On global picture, it works. It makes sense. Data proves that you will not lose money. You will gain probably money. Make it easier, but still has so many exceptions about everyone. Okay. Special rates for shoes, special rates for toys, special rates for this small little port in China.
Igor, you had something to inject, please.
There is a hope, or there is a light at the end of the tunnel. At least when we are speaking about the bill of ladings, there is this DCSA, which is an association where all the biggest container carriers are together at the same table discussing about the standard of digitalizing the documents in the container business. And what is really give me an optimism even further is that also other organizations which are not connected to the containerized business are already came as a member to this association, and there was, let's say, some kind of unofficial announcement that also some other organization on a global scale will adopt the standards which will be agreed upon the group. Now is the question just when they will be so successful that they will shake hands and say this standard is the real one.
Okay, but that's always a question of hope a bit. I mean, I like it has a more positive note now, and it's Friday afternoon, so that's a good thing. But the question is also with DCSA now in year 3, changed the logo 3 times, but I haven't seen much else coming out, you know, that is really adding value because the standards are already there. I don't know. Julian, you wanted to add something to this.
The logo is very important.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to bring some positive trend in the world of the ocean carriers once more,
please,
which is my specialty. We have to remember that in the past, ocean carriers were only ship owners and you had many agents, so the pricing was very different even in each country, and it is still the same. For example, in CMA CGM it took some time because each country was different, so now it's sometimes the carrier are owning their own agent, the big carriers. But still is, we have a very positive news is the fact that the carrier, they moved to rate sheets, which were produced locally and differently all over the world, to websites, and internally they are starting to swipe out, I mean, to clean all that, because in the website is one website, so they are harmonizing their own internal language. And progressively, we can assume that they will be at least harmonized each carrier. So instead of having hundreds of different rate sheets and rates, you will have 10 major pricing. And this would be a major step. And the next step, as you mentioned, would be to have one, of course, language, the same language. So there is a trend of harmonization thanks to these online rates systems.
So once it's already digital, in a bad form digital, it's at least already digital and it can be moved from there. I think that's also a subject where we can bring in Tobias again, which is when we look at how paper has disappeared more or less. I mean, Transauriga is also already operating fully paperless anyway. And but despite that, there is still a very high fragmentation of data. Can you maybe share a bit on that, on these clusters?
When we see the end-to-end solution we provide, so we have to pick up, we have to pack, we have to stuff, etc. So we have to combine many parts together, and each of the parts we purchase has its own platform, or we have our own solution for this. So the digital market for platforms, for ordering platforms, whatever, is so fragmented that we would need this fragmentation I've seen you have seen at this slide. So there is no solution which gives us an end-to-end solution or a line, a data line, where I can just combine 2 or 3 tools together and have end-to-end all information I need, my customer needs, the end customer needs. So there is no connection between the many parties which are involved into the complete supply chain or transportation chain.
And then you have all these manual steps in between where, excuse the language, but where we as meat bots then work with different kinds of systems in between, and we self-service each other like it's in the consumer world where if you look at banking also, we more or less do the work of the banking clerk, and things have maybe been digitalized, but they have not become more efficient. We had a discussion this morning where we said in the past, the booking, you call your customer calls you, and there is a competent customer and a competent service provider, and the booking takes 20 seconds, despite being polite and everything, and now somebody has to put in 40 information data points form. So that's not really getting us there. But maybe, Igor, on the custom side, there can something happen. I mean, you mentioned the ACI initiative that you're doing in Egypt and others. And I mean, customs is something that happens in every country. We have the World Customs Organization. We have certain of the G7, G20 countries very keen on actually standardizing these data points, at least. Is there some hope that we can say we will at some stage reach this vision of cargo getting export customs cleared at the moment when it's also getting import customs cleared right away, or so that this difficulty is disappearing?
Yeah, we are involved in a very small segment of the custom procedures. So this advanced cargo information, and you have to know that right now just 7 countries in the world adopted this and is in use in the world. First of all, I think that from 7 up to 200 and some, it's a long way to get this adoption. It will come much faster than it was from now, because the first advanced cargo information initiative started already in 1995, I think.
Okay.
So, yeah, almost 30 years ago, 26. And from that point till today, just 7 countries have this adopted. Even though this is a recommendation from the World Customs Organization. But it's going. Now we see that there is some movement in the world, especially Middle East, Africa, some initiatives in Latin America. The problem, sorry, not being so positive, is that again every country accepting their own technology. United States, classical database, Egypt, first in the world on the blockchain, and there is a big fight in between. I think that the same it will be here, that it will come very quick to adoption of this certain part of the custom process, but that it will take much more time to standardize it on the same level, unless there will be, I don't know, the World Customs Organization saying use this technology, but you know that's
every country cooks their own.
Of course,
soup, yeah,
it's impossible.
Okay, but I mean, if we maybe draw this a bit wider and say, okay, there is a lot of the technology solution, a lot of the digitalization in our industry was always somehow focused on efficiency. We had a solution to the problem already, and now we try to increase the efficiency with technology. There is the other thing we could do would be to add to differentiation, which we don't see that much happening. The only differentiation maybe happened in the communication way, because we communicate via websites now with our customer instead of by phone or fax or letter or whatever. So in that sense, where do you see the role of technology? Is there still something where digitalization can also help to really change the game and not just look on the efficiency side of things? I mean, maybe we start with Tobias on the other end.
I think we can use the technology to take over data from point A to B to C, and use this information for my purpose. So the customer sends me his details, his supplier sends the details, and I can take over and take out the, for me, important information. So we can digitize a complete supply chain. I think.
I mean, in the end, does the customer care? The customer wants A to B, certain time, certain cost, and if there is a problem, you tell me. I mean, the customer himself is very simple, right? His requirement has not changed that much.
But if we can have, if you see, if something goes perfectly, so nobody cares, so everything is fine. But if you have an escalation, any problem, etc., then it has to pop up. You need to have the management by escalation. Also, at customer side, best example is the truck. Truck comes too late. Normally, the technology can give us the prediction when the truck comes to the customer, to his warehouse, to the docking tool, whatever, and everything is clear.
But it doesn't happen because it's optimized for itself. The trucker is on his Google Maps, the warehouse is in his planning system, everybody is in their little silo IT.
And this is the problem, this is the fragmentation, so we need one red line into the, through the systems to get all information at the right place.
Okay. How do we get to that red line, Julian?
Well, yesterday I booked my holiday to Sicilia.
Okay.
Okay, I booked the flights to Palermo, the flight back from Catania, the car. I booked a car for 15 days. I did that in 2 hours. I could compare all the markets instantly at 10 o'clock in the evening. This is not possible in freight forwarding today, or very little, I mean, compared to. So I think that the big added value, because you are talking about the added value, is to have live full market, and this is what we can reach, and we are working, I think, all of us to bring bricks to help you at the end. I have the freight forwarder to give an online offers on all original destinations. So that's, for me, the big target, and that's a big change in value for the customer, because before, if you remember, if you want to book a flight without these kind of platforms, you have to call or you have to go on different websites to check, so it's a big change. Now, that's from the value for the customer, I want to focus as well on the carriers and the ocean offers. There is the digitalization allowed spot rates. Maersk Spot is possible because of digitalization. With the rate sheets, you cannot send the rate sheets every minute.
Absolutely.
So it's a good example of, from the offer side, a major chain to give the best price with capacity, so the best real offer at one moment on the ocean market.
But maybe there are also some hindrances where people actually don't want a certain kind of digitalization to happen. I mean, if you look at the carriers, there are probably some that try to make it a bit more difficult, or that not want to see this acceleration of rates because they see this as a rate to the bottom. I don't know, Marcin, we had that discussion before, that there are some carriers that even think it might be a business model to charge for faster access to rates, right?
Yes, that's the point, and like your comparison to booking holidays in Sicily is nice, but it's B2C strictly. You are the person who wants to go for holidays, right? And yesterday was discussion also during your first panel that B2B still, we believe, I think, it's different, and it will never be so smoothly just to book a container like that.
Yeah, but across silos, it's also in B2C not easy. I mean, you probably book your flight, your hotel, and your rental car on different websites, huh? Yeah, because there is no, some of them try to do that, but it's also not yet working. You have a better one for this and a better one for that. So.
But I think what we, in the freight industry, we don't need more technology, we need more sensibility and simplicity. And this is the main message. I don't think we don't need any more tools, or cargos, or quotas, whatever. We need standards. Then we can really connect various parties. Otherwise, we can, do something a little bit faster, a little bit better, a little bit nicer, with nicer interface, but still will be silo, like, let's say, quotas. I know I am just very tiny part of your process, but if I want to be, the main part, then I have to integrate with 10 carriers, with their various formats. Then I need to integrate with, 50 TMS in Germany, or in Switzerland, in Sweden, or in China, right? So it's impossible for the company of any company to do it really nicely for all the input and outputs. Not possible.
But
And
it's
we
also,
are-
I mean, maybe this is a good point to come to that also, to say look at, for example, visibility at the moment when we look at data, okay? Visibility, very hot subject. We all know there's a lot of money going into companies that only focus on providing visibility solution. So you have more data where things are and whatsoever, and you have to then filter through that data where is actually a problem. Because if I have a beautiful dashboard that shows me my 702 shipments, this is nice to look at, but I'm actually caring about those 5 that have an issue. And then I take this data, and then there is an analysis cycle, then there is a decision cycle, and then there is an action. And how can digitalization also help to maybe spin these 4 steps in a bit more automated way, instead of really saying, hey, we focus on showing a lot of data, but it does not really, does it always add value or not?
Definitely it will help because the final aim is, as all of the panelists said and Marcin said a few times, simplicity. Because if at the end, in the entire supply chain, we would like to have a positive effect, then it's need what we already started from the same standard or language, but also to change the processes, because in a lot of times there is the word digitalization, but is not the right definition. If we would like to digitalize, not to digitize, then we have to change the processes behind, and mean that the user and the customer at the end will have benefits to speed, to reduction of data, reduction of information, reduction of cost, and everything else. But there is a way, there is a possibility to do it, but it's still a lot of effort needs to be done in getting this simplicity, as Marcin said.
Yeah, but then we are having some questions from the audience also. Maybe we bring that in. The first one here is on IoT. Will IoT take part of future shipments? I mean, of course, we all know there is a lot of devices providers. I think you also provide a service at Transauriga, Tobias. So what do you see is the role of IoT? I think it's a question for you, probably.
I think IoT is... the customers are not ready yet. So some huge customers has their IoT systems as Nestle, etc., for prediction, production prediction, etc. But in the normal standard transportation sector, I see it's IoT will be only a part of a security thing. Security thing for our internal use. I have to say, IoT helps us to know more about our shipments. Also, the simple example is a trucker is not at the loading place, so what I have to do, I have to phone to the trucker and say, hey, where's my truck? And the trucker came back 1 hour later, etc. This whole chain is too long, too inefficient. If I have the IoT, I can see, okay, the truck is on the way, maybe some special data with it, so that I know he's coming into 10 minutes, so I'm sure I have no escalation. So I think this will IoT help in the actual time.
Yeah. Anyone else with some thoughts on IoT and on its role? I think Tobias already provided a good overview on it. I mean, it's where we stand now. It's also for certain commodities where it's probably playing a more important role than for others, for certain transport routes. But also there, interoperability remains an issue. On ships with IoT devices, still the same problem. Every ship has its own kind of satellite standard, its own kind of connectivity. So once you're out of 5G, 3G, 4G range, you get very limited data. So I think this is something where also standards are still an issue, and I think that's the next question from Francis about do we need a standard for data exchange? I think we can all say yes to that. Huh? That's relatively easy, but how can it look like? Huh? I mean, who does define it? Brings us quickly back to this DCSA discussion or to customs or whoever it's going to be. Who will have the holy grail and what will it look like? What do you think? Where will that solution come from? If we don't want to wait 250 years, I mean, we don't know.
We don't know. But DCSA.
We hope. Okay, we hope. We keep hoping. Really. Good. I hope somebody from DCSA is watching this later and will get to work.
I think at the moment, I am not very deep into the DCSA, but I think at the moment there is no work regarding pricing.
No,
in the DCSA. There is nothing on pricing. So that's a field even to start before finding a standard.
Yes, but I don't know. We have two people doing rate management here on the table. Do you synchronize your rate standard for managing? You figured it out, and you figured it out. So each finds their own solution. So do you need a standard for yourself? Probably not. You would like to have the people that supply you with rates to deliver them in a standardized way, right? But maybe one thing that can help is if those, take one example, carriers now adopt certain systems. If we look at, you mentioned Yangming earlier, they I think are also going to BlueX. So you have several carriers that use the same service provider to manage their rates in-house. So it should come out at the end of the line in a very much similar format, right? Can that support maybe a bit?
Yes, Evergreen and Yangming decided to go with the same supplier, so it will be the same format of data. For example, I guess they will use the UN law code. We have a standard, you mentioned it, Martin, the UN law code. So if progressively the carriers, the ocean carriers, they use this kind of solution like BlueX, and you have only 2-3 solutions on the market, I guess they will reach a standard. I have to say that if you have only not, the problem today is that you have hundreds, you have no standard, you have 100 possibilities. If you have 2-3 possibilities on the whole world, I think we can manage it. The issue is that it's as many standards as you have players on the market.
Okay. So maybe towards closing the round, I would just like everybody to say a bit what you think how does the future look? We now have these 5 years what has happened there, and we had 2 to 5 to 250 years for things to move forward. What do you think will happen? I mean, we had this opportunity, I think in digitalization, this pandemic was an opportunity, no question. A lot of people got a lot more aware about how important data is, how important communication tools are, and so on. So I think it supercharged digitalization in many ways. And so what do you see, where is it going?
Definitely very fast development in the next years in comparison with the last 10, 20 years. That's one thing, but we already mentioned the interoperability which is needed. Then, of course, when we are speaking about digitalization, not speaking about documents anymore, but speaking about data. So exchanging of data, structured document. No, I'm again speaking out of our case, where using our system, you can upload the documents on. Doesn't matter if are produced in a different program or different software, then you can upload the entire document. But in very, very near future, there will be transferring of data. So structured document, extracting of data and sending just several data, the needed data to the next in the chain. That will be very, very soon. And after that, also transparency and recognition of such data that are right, that are not false, that are original, and all those things in one not document, but in one envelope, in one bunch, send it to the other, and that this trust will be 100%. Because at the beginning I said one of the problems of the digitalization in the past was trust. Why not using digital ways of exchanging documents? Now data is the trust. And that's where I see the need for the future development.
Okay. Marcin, what do you think for the future a bit of the of digitalization in our industry? It seems like if I hear Igor, it's very much still a people problem rather than a technology problem. It's trust and it's the confidence in the tools in order to actually share and to also come to something. I mean, we have a question here from one of the online users. Shipping Pope is a very good name. Transparency in the supply chain, is there simply a lack of will? Is it maybe really a lack of willing that some people don't want? The tools are there, the technology is there, there's even some suggestion of how the standard should look like, but is it just a will? Is it like a lightning connector that doesn't want to become USB, or what is it?
No, I don't think it's only lack of will, maybe lack of awareness. Sometimes lack of will. I know cases that the carriers were, hiding something just to make more money, but I don't think it's the major issue here. Still is a lack of standard. I don't want to repeat myself, but I do believe it's the major thing. Lack of standard, lack of sensibility, and then everyone wants to, do things differently. And like talking about the visibility of physical things, right? So, I mean, I spent one day in a seminar in Gdańsk, like 2 hours discussion with the guy from NASA, like very, very senior and experienced guy. We were talking about getting the containers really visible, right? And I'm not good in this technical stuff, but like he said, he doesn't believe in any way in the nearest future that containers will communicate live ever, simply. We're on the ships, right? So we still rely on the ships and the ship's devices, not the containers themselves. So still, like this kind of data we'll never get.
But it also, I mean, the question is what value does it add? If it's the same in the parcel business. You have a small package that's on a pallet, the pallet is in a container, you track the container, you know where the parcel is. I mean, it's, if I have 20,000 containers on a ship, all communicating their location, it doesn't add value if I have the location of the ship already today, and if I know whether it was loaded, right?
Something funny, I know it doesn't happen often, and statistically it doesn't matter, but we had a term in Maersk, interplanetary shipments. So, for example, there were containers who left planet Earth and never arrived on planet Earth, according to systems.
Okay.
And then you have IoT, then...
Well, yeah, then you can still find
see where it is.
We'll see. Okay. Julia, what would you say? What is happening next? What will be the next 2 years like? They will be much faster than before. That's hopefully on the positive note, but apart from the standards, what will happen?
Yeah. Again, I will go to my expertise, which is ocean container transport. It's going to be fast because now started this online rates, so it will finish. I mean, all the carriers will move to the online rates, so that's a big change. And I hope, and I see in this short-term future, this possibility I mentioned that data is coming from carriers to the forwarder, to the shipper instant pricing part instantaneously, so the exporter can see instantaneously all the possible offers to ship his container from point A to point B, I hope, in the 2 coming years.
Okay. Okay. I mean, Tobias, that's probably, the carriers don't like to talk to the customers anymore at the moment anyway, because it's a bit a stressed relationship, I guess. Everybody has their issues on freight. So these digital communications will become more, and maybe there will be a standard. But what do you see? I mean, you also look at a lot of different systems, you work with a lot of different systems. What is...
So, in this case, I totally agree with Igor. We have to build trust with this technology. Because the technology will moving forward, so we cannot stop it. So, but we need to have the trust to take the technology for our needs and for the standards, etc. To have a plan, have a direct plan, one plan, not 10 plans, one plan to get a good system in this supply chain, transportation sector. where we have so many splitted parties. I think the people has to open the mind for it a little bit more.
Yeah, but it's very fragmented, huh? So it starts with one and the other speaking to each other, huh? And finally having live events again like this where people see each other, look each other in the face and can develop a little bit of trust, huh? So. Yeah, I think that's also a good closing for our discussion. I would like to thank the panelists here very much. Of course, also the audience for your attention. It's the last panel of the event this time, and I think it was nice to come together again. It was, for me, yesterday already was the first panel in almost 2 years, and the first real-life discussion where you don't speak to your own screen. And I think that helps a lot in solving problems and in looking at things from different angles. Huh? So I would like to thank everybody. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.